We had to go to the store and barbecue some hamburgers and hot dogs.
Young lobster tail.
So, what Dan is doing there is finishing out the Gumby. Putting the draft angle in it. We will be.
Yeah, John's got some good carving tools here. These artist spatulas, I think they call them. And that's going to do the trick. I usually just use a red blade. It's been modified, but those tools look like it there. Alright, where's my clay at? Got more somewhere.
More what?
Here it is. I knew I had a bunch out.
The Gumby?
Yeah. What you want to do is keep some in one hand and soften it up. It doesn't take long. Instead of set it down, hold it in your hand. Now Chavant, I think there's some different high dollar clays that they use for automotive sculpting and stuff. I've never tried them, but this isn't the only clay.
Card.
Yeah, this isn't the only clay. There's probably a lot of them out there that are just as good. It just happened to be that this stuff was local and it was relatively inexpensive, really, so I just bought a whole case of it.
I need to buy me some Gumby.
Well, I'll leave this brick. I mean, you can reuse this. When you actually flip this mold over, you're going to be pulling this clay out of there. And you can reuse it as long as it, doesn't have a bunch of...
Now, when I get ready to do the other side, because I guess you're not going to be here to do that.
I don't know, it might be. We'll see. But yeah, if you do the other side, you what?
I leave the prop in it.
Oh yeah, yeah. I think what Bob McDonald said, and I agree with him on this point, where you actually
don't disturb the prop.
Right, leave it down in the mold. But what you want to do, you're going to clean the clay out. When you pour the other side, you got to make sure that the resin doesn't wick around and get on this side. Now, if the prop is still in there and it's still tight, you won't have problems with that. It'll, there's not going to be any way for anything to get underneath it. So, and if you do get, if the blade does spring out of there for some reason or another, you just push it back down in there and wipe the clay on the seam and make sure that's, tight into the mold. So.
Awful lot of work for a 4-blade propeller.
Yeah. You got to remember though, all this work now makes all the other tasks a lot easier. I mean, this, honestly, Sparky, this mold, it'll make hundreds or 1,000 props or more. I mean, it's, if you take care of it and use the PVA in it, you don't beat it up or drop it, this mold is going to outlive us. So, it's a lot of work, but we're trying to accomplish something that's not out there, a 4-bladed carbon fiber for a P47. So,
well, I have seen 4-bladed props.
Yes, yeah, Boley made them, and there's, that was, I remember Casal would fly a 4-blade on his Super Tiger 60. That PA75, it's got a ton of power though. It'll turn a lot more prop than that Tiger 60 ever thought of turning.
Do you think that this prop is going to be lighter than that other thing I got?
Which one is that, Spark?
The 1545. That big volley prop.
Yeah, I think if you sand on this a little bit, yeah. I mean,
because it bounces.
Is it? The other secret to this thing is keep the weight down. Is get that HTR 250 and heat this mold up, and make sure you blot out all the extra resin. if you get the right resin, the ratio of resin to carbon, which I think is only doable by heating the mold up, I think that's how you're going to get a light prop. The 250 at room temp, you got to move along fairly quick. It turns thick pretty quick. And the other thing, like I said, once you make one or two props and you find out exactly the resin and the carbon ratio, and then you could pre-cut all your carbon. You've got it all sitting there like 1, 2, 3, and you just start loading it in.
This is way more work than most people are going to want to go to. But
Oh yeah, 99% of the people watching this will never do it. The 1% that do it wish they hadn't.
They're scared, which they should be. Should be scared to death.
Now, if you try to make a cut, I guess they can see, can't they?
yeah,
Try to stay one continuous swipe, and you get the draft angle. And it's not that critical. You can make it steeper or
this is Gumby clay. Next problem made out of pokey clay.
what you're shooting for here is a nice clean angle. And the other thing, just take your time. Don't worry about scraping everything in the first swipe. Out here at the tip, the box was so tight to these tips. I'm going to come in at a little bit steeper angle.
Thank you, Marcel.
Where's Marcel live at? Is he in the States?
I think he's in Florida.
Okay.
I think, but I'm not sure.
Hey Marcel, where you at? Are you in Florida?
I got guys that live all over the world.
Yeah, that's why I asked. Sometimes you can't tell by their name. Here's a piece of wood. Get that out of the clay. Now, if you start forming this clay, and by cutting it, you end up being underneath the blade, take some more clay and wipe it in there like this, and you can build it up a little bit. Make sure it's good and warm. So if you think you made a mistake, I'll show you, you just wipe more in.
This channel's all about mistakes. There's lots made.
Oh yeah, anybody that says they're not making mistakes, they're not doing anything. So this is a good example of not one swipe, but many swipes to get it to where you want it. And I sort of compare this to drywall. It's like, well, once you get to a certain point, it's not getting any better.
Leave it alone.
Yeah, leave it alone. You get it so close. The more you mess with it, the worse it gets. So you got to get it as close as you can. And let's just say it's undercut a little bit. It'll still release from the mold because you're only pulling the clay away. So if this was undercut in this way a little bit and you make this mold, that means it's sticking out instead of being in. And before you do the second part of this mold, if you have anything that's not right, you can sand it right. So if it's not perfect here, when it comes time for the second pour, you know, you can sand it and make it right. So don't worry about it too much. So here, let's get rid of this. We don't need that in there right now. Come around here, try to maintain the angle.
I guess I should go get my plastic and canopy framed.
You want to try my little grill?
We can.
John, I saw he's got that big hose over there. I think he's got a big vacuum. And it's probably the size that will go into my vacuum form box. I'm not sure if it's any better than what you guys have, but I wanted to show it to you anyway. See what you thought of it.
I'm gonna make a little noise.
This propeller has been kind of a team sport. You're probably asking yourself, why am I not doing this? Well, first off, I've never done it. So being a good mechanic, know your limitations. And as a good mechanic, I know that I can find the information from somebody. And Dan's one of the best, so you get the best to do the job. Because,
Well, I don't know. There's a lot of good people out there, but I can make it work. Let's put it that way.
with the cost of this, I don't want to screw it up.
You got a danger factor too. You can't deny that fact.
Yeah, in other words, you got something spinning really fast.
Yeah. Last thing you want is something that's kind of flying
Yeah.
apart and then just
Well,
the molding. That's about
It really can't fly apart. Now those other props that I got that are pinned together wood props could throw a blade.
Yeah, those always scared me. You know. And as far as determining this draft angle, when I'm looking at it, as long as you can see it flare out, you know, that's the main thing. It didn't have to be super steep, you know. This is the kind of stuff you don't want to drink 3 cups of coffee and do.
yeah.
I've gone out in the shop and loaded up on coffee. It's hard to get a steady hand. That's really super critical.
So what's left today is we're gonna do this, pour the mold, pull a canopy, and shoot a coat of paint on my airplane.
In a half an hour.
I think I'm gonna be here a little longer than normal.
Were you sort of counting on it?
What you need to do is go up there and shoot that paint on there now while we're down here doing 2 things at once.
Yeah, I could do that. You have to show me what gun you want me to use. I just kind of want to get an eyeball on what's going on,
Right.
so I can do this myself next time.
Yeah.
Doesn't look like it's rocket science.
No, it's really what I'm doing here. It's nothing more than modeling skills. If you can sand a turtle deck, or you can do all this stuff and build a plane. The biggest takeaway today, I guess, I mean, if you don't know how to build a plane or you're pretty new to it, this kind of stuff is new, but the biggest takeaway today, if you have the modeling skills and you know how to work the clay or sand or, you know, do this stuff, true up a prop, is the products we're using. That's one of the things I found in composites when you try to improvise and, you know, build the wheel that's already been invented, and then you end up with a big mistake that you can't get out of. You got to have the right resin, the right materials. You can build it different ways. I've had molds out of different resins, but they all have different properties. Some are better than others, but Now, a lot of places, I don't know, I've seen a lot of videos made, and they don't really talk about what they're using. So many videos on these gliders, free flight planes and stuff, they show you laying up a part, but they don't show you what they're laying it up with. Some of them do, but and this resin we've got here, I mean, there's other resins you could use, but you got to look at the spec sheet and figure out how much heat the resin's going to be subjected to. And the other thing, some of these guys were flying speed, like D speed or whatever. They're making these props out of glass, and if the blade's spinning around in the air, I mean, it's not subjected to a lot of heat. But what would happen if it's a marginal resin where the heat deflection temperature wasn't great enough, and what would happen when the motor would quit, the heat would transfer through the thrust washer and the shaft out into the hub, and this, you could see the hub softening up to where
It doesn't sound good.
no. So after, you know, a few flights, the middle of the prop hub was melting. So this is the last big cut. As you can see, we're starting to get into a
Cleanup.
yeah. We'll go through there and sort of tweak a few spots that maybe didn't come out right.
Well, Jim Lynch says, hello guys, I used a similar process when I made my mount for forming the fish bodies when I did my taxidermy work. I used clay and used sand.
Okay.
I used resin. I used plaster of Paris.
Taxidermy, that's an art. I mean, I've seen a lot of mounts, fish, deer.
Worth the grab.
Yeah, you look at them, it's like, wow. So yeah, if Jim's done taxidermy, he'd be a natural for this. Where's Jim live?
Memphis.
Okay.
Actually, pretty close to just outside of Memphis, where I went when I was in the Navy. I went to A school in Millington.
Okay.
I was flying model airplanes back then, but I was flying them on base. I wasn't. So far, what I got invested in this propeller is $200, and I don't have a prop yet that I can use. Well, I got more than 200 because I don't know what a bolt of this toe goes for, but it ain't cheap.
Now, when you get to this point,
Did I have two of these here, John, or just one?
What's that, man? Just one. You had some on a little card or something
Yeah.
down
No,
there. Just
I
wrapped
have about
around
a
a
little somewhere.
chunk of cardboard.
Yeah, it's under there. I got so much stuff, it's probably back in St. Louis. What RPM do I expect to run the 4-blade prop at? Probably 10.5, 11,000, somewhere in there.
If it's got this pitch in it, probably less than that.
9,500.
Yeah, depends on the pitch maybe. You might have to adjust it. The other thing, Sparky, you could get 2 or 3 of these props at different pitches. So if you're flying in the wind, go with a lower pitch or
Oh,
you know,
yeah. And
get.
we're going to make more than one. It may not even work as good as a 2-blade or a 3-blade, but it'll.
Well, here's the thing.
I could test them, you could test them, Dan could test them.
Yeah, you can just keep working this thing. I gave Billy a prop one time. It was like an APC thing. It was a chunk of junk. And he looked at it and he said, yeah, let me try it. He took it. He whittled on that thing for probably, I don't know, it seemed like a long time. And he called me up. He said, yeah, he said, I got that prop. He said, didn't even look anything like the original, but I got it working good. He said, I got the hub whittled down. I got this, you know. So some of these props that you buy, they had carbon, but in the center of the prop, it was glass. So when you start shaving a prop down and really gutting it out, trying to get it to work, then you're into the fiberglass. So if you lay this up with 100% carbon, so no matter what you whittle down, you still have some integrity to it. And then you can really start to do stuff with it. And like I told Sparky, we probably said it here on the video, that this is just a start. Once you get the prop made, you're going to whittle this thing and fiddle with it until you get something that's working really good. And then the next step, once you get a really good prop that's really top notch, then you make a mold from that. So not to say that the prop you just discarded because it didn't quite work right, it might work better on a bigger engine. And if you start, I used to fly a lot of RCs, still do, so some of these props that were too big or just too much for a Super Tiger 60, these RC guys would get them and stick them on a big old 4-stroke.
Yeah,
Yeah.
look like a champ.
Yeah, and it was, you know, a great prop. So just because something doesn't work for the engine you're flying doesn't mean it's a bad prop.
Well, I'll guarantee you PA 75 will turn that, because it'll turn that baseball bat piece of lumber.
Yeah.
I'm gonna make a little noise here.
You gonna sing us a song?
That don't give you. Okay, I just have a quick board up against that thing to help keep that new shit. Boy, I tell you what, you better watch out. I just ground a 3/8 of an inch off that piece of pine in 3 seconds.
Hey, be good to trim your nails.
You betcha.
Hand me that piece of 600 there, John.
What grit do you have on there now?
That's 2000. This is
Crocus cloth?
crocus cloth.
I don't know what this is. This is pretty fine shit. I just know that little spot is going to stay there if I don't get it off.
You know, you talk about little spots. I had some people come out and install some carpet. And I was watching them, there's 2 guys. And they stretched this carpet out. And I'm watching them, and there's a little chunk of padding. It was like this, a little triangle. And I saw it laying in the middle of the floor, and they threw that carpet over it, and I thought, man, should I say something? And I thought, you know, I probably won't be able to tell it's there.
Yeah, the hell you won't.
Oh yeah, every time I step, you can't see it, but every time I step on that little piece of carpet, I just remember back, it's like I stood there and watched it. I thought, it'll be all right.
Yes, they'll remember that. They'll get it out of there.
Does it hurt anything? No. Can you tell it's there by looking at it? No. It's just one of those things, every time I walk on it, I think of that. I guess the takeaway on this part is choke up on this knife. If you get your finger and you run it to stabilize your hand, and you run it over the prop. Now this blade is perfect for
Clean up.
scraping. Yeah, so I can come in here with this blade. Boy, this thing's sharp. You got a dull one?
Yeah, but it might scratch that plastic.
I'll tell you what I'm going to do. Let me get my, because this thing is cutting it. It's so sharp.
Here's an older one.
He's just gonna swap out.
Here, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. What I do a lot of times, I take an old blade like this, and I straighten it. I go like this. I straighten the edge, and then I put a little edge on it. So it's smooth, it's straight, but it won't cut. So that way I can scrape it like this. And you're probably thinking, well, I'm probably rubbing my wax off here, which I probably am, but I'll show you.
Gonna re-wax it, aren't you?
Yeah, I'll show you what I'm gonna do to.
So the canopy's been remolded, reformed.
It's different. How much to take out of there? About 1/8 of an inch.
Yep, both sides.
Now, let me show you something. We're breaking the action here on this. I got this sucker from Goodwill.
Uh-oh.
I got it for $10. Okay. Hey Spark, go up on the trash can in the garage and grab
There's another cord right behind you.
grab that wooden box up there.
Do I need to bring my plastic in too?
Yeah. That stuff I know it costs you an arm and a leg.
Yeah.
Don't use too. But get that box, get that vacuum form box, and plastic. Probably 10 sheets to get one canopy.
We better do. No, we better do it.
It might take 2 or 3. You never know.
Hey, just get a couple.
If you don't do it in a while,
it'll
plan
be-
on burning a few pieces.
I got 3 more 4x8 sheets. Remember I said it was $25 a sheet?
You lied. It's $80.
No, I found another supplier, and it's almost unprecedented in today's times. I found it $16 a sheet. And I thought it'd be 25 or 30 at the other supplier. I said, how much is that? He looked it up on my computer because I was getting something else. He said $16 a sheet. I had to ask him again. I said, how much?
Well, that was a month ago, wasn't
Yeah, it could be 30.
it?
Could be $40 a sheet
Yeah.
now.
So
They're gonna have to start paying us twice daily in cash, in silver.
Yeah.
what I'm talking about, what was it, 30,000, 40,000?
That was 30.
30,000 PETG, 4 foot by 8 foot, $16.
That beats the hell out of $10 a square foot.
So you can learn how to vacuum form, make your own molds, get quite a few canopies out of a 4x8 sheet of stuff, but
Yeah,
sometimes it's almost not worth it because you can get a SIG canopy if it'll do for you for $9 or $10.
yeah. Yeah.
You know, so do you want to go through all that?
Well, if you have something custom, I mean,
Yeah, you get like this P47. I mean, this was basically, you had to have, you know, that canopy. So,
Oh yeah, my Takano. There wasn't any
Yeah.
out there at that point in time. I was the first one with the Takano.
yeah.
And then all of a sudden, a year later, they started falling out of the woodwork. Brazilians brought about 50 of them over here.
Yeah.
They tried to get my plans from me.
Really.
Yeah.
They were pretty industrious.
I wouldn't give them to them. I'm sorry, but I seen it happen to another guy.
they don't use glue when they put their models together. They're not take apart airplanes, they're come apart
They come
airplanes.
apart in flight. And one of the guys said the other day, said that he had forgotten to glue one of his elevator halves on this airplane before his first test flight. I'm like, well, it happens. I mean, you're just caught up in the moment and the hinges fit in there nice and tight and
Yeah. So I'll tell you what gives me happiness when I'm doing this, I'm thinking, you know what, how many people at 2 a.m. am I going to put asleep? So you got these videos, right? And some guy is going to get up at 2 o'clock. He's going to go in front of the TV because he can't sleep. And he's going to watch Dan, Sparky, and John down here on this thing. And he's going to be out like a light in 15 minutes. He's going to watch me rub this clay around this prop.
Well, then it won't be any different in Al Raby or Wendy Ertnowski videos or anything like that. You know, you turn it on and out go the lights.
I fell asleep to Bob Hunt's Lost Foam video.
I fell asleep to all of them. I fall asleep on mine.
I don't watch mine. Why would I need to watch it? I just lived it.
Yeah. Yeah.
It was funny. This one customer on my route, I used to drive a truck. He worked in a cleaner. It was like almost like a prison in there. It was hot. It was crazy. So he said, "Yeah, I went to the doctor, Dan." He said, "I told the doctor I was stressed out. I couldn't sleep and tension headaches, and he had all these symptoms." And he's thinking the doctor is going to give him something for it. The doctor, he said, "Have you gotten a promotion lately?" He said, "Well, yeah, matter of fact, I have." He said he looked at him and said, "Welcome to the rat race," and got up and left. He stood there and he said, "Man, I can't believe it." He said, didn't have anything to do with his diet or anything, just the stress of his job.
Yeah.
And you go in there, he's always stressed out. And welcome to the rat race. You know what? I'm the Bob Ross at Gumby. Yeah, I remember doing this years ago. It's like, yeah, it's all coming back. I remember picking these little pieces out. This is how you get the mold to look like when it's all finished, though. It's why it looks like it just came out of a CNC machine.
Yeah, take your time.
Your molds do look nice. I could have swore they were aluminum.
Well, they have aluminum in them, though. That's the thing. And once you get this mold, when it's done, you could go inside and let's say there's little specks or little dust marks or whatever in the resin, wet sand it and buff it. And when you start wet sanding this epoxy that's full of aluminum, it exposes all that aluminum. And basically, it's like looking at a aluminum brick.
Like, I couldn't afford to have this done CNC.
No. You talk about having a couple $100 in it. You'd have to pay somebody a couple $100 just to program the machine in the program and machine setup would get you there.
And then the
Got
billet.
$300 or $400 in the materials for the mold.
Oh, yeah. So don't kid yourself. The money you're spending here is a drop in the bucket to what it's going to take if you had to machine it. And unless you own the machine shop, or your brother-in-law owned it, or somebody you knew.
No. What happens is we're going to make one side of the molder and let it dry, then take that plastic off, turn it over, and pour the other side of the mold. And they're keyed together. And then you put it in and it's a two-piece mold.
Yeah, the plastic and the clay and all that stuff will come off of there.
Yeah, we're going to make an imprint of this, which is going to be the female mold. So I guess you say it's going to be a negative of this. This is a male, and then the female.
No, it's the other way around. This is the female.
No, this is the male.
No.
Yes.
What one goes inside?
No, this is the female.
Right, that's what I said.
No, this is the male.
No.
Yes, this is the male. We're
That
making
is
the female mold.
The
Right.
male mold
Yeah.
for the female mold.
Yeah, so I see what you mean. Yeah, we're making a male mock-up to make the femel mold. Okay, we're on
The male plug for a female
Yeah.
mold.
we're on the same page. We're both right for one. I just had to get it. The other takeaway, all this stuff, people see a mold and they think that just happened really quick. So this is pretty much an eye-opener maybe to some people.
This prop has been so far 2 months in the making. I first bought one set and said, no, we're not going to use these. Then bought another set. And then one weekend, we didn't do it on camera because it was too hectic. We took a Forstner bit and sectioned those props, made them Lincoln logs, glued them together. Then they sat around, and it took a couple of weeks to get the materials.
What I like to do at this point is get it up there.
Make sure there's no little air.
Yeah, you can see a lot of imperfections on that clay when you get it up and you start looking at it.
Mm-hmm. Candle in it.
You look at it from underneath here and see that the clay's got inside it,
Yeah,
except for on towards the hub here,
yeah,
right?
yeah. But as long as it's sealing up here, I mean, as long as it's,
Right there, it didn't seal. Did it?
where at?
Right where you're at.
Oh yeah, it's sealed up. Doesn't look like it, but there's enough under there. I've done this before. You can use aluminum sheet, or you can use this, doesn't matter. Now I went into a plastic supply house and they have a scrap bin up front for the walk-in customers. When you walk in, you can dig through this stuff and they sell it at a drastically reduced price. So you're getting scraps, which is, our scraps are oversized, or their scraps are oversized to us.
Yeah, it's just fall off of an order that's
Yeah,
sitting around, and it's already actually been paid for once, so they can give it to you real cheap, because when you order 3/4 of a sheet of plastic, you pay for a full sheet, and they don't necessarily give you the cutoff.
yeah. And a lot of people don't want it, don't have any use for it. But
Yeah,
Like this here, this was part of an IndyCar racer.
yeah,
yeah,
yeah. It's just
it was either Indy or drag car. But if you go into this plastic place and you buy something, you're in there spending $100, and you walk over to the scrap bin with a chunk of something, they say, "Oh, that's a ticket. You get it free."
mhm.
So today, or yesterday on the way over, I stopped in there and I picked up this scrap plastic. So it was all this plus probably 2 or 3 times as much. It only cost me $30. So $30, I've got this thing plus enough to do a lot more. So
Okay, I want to tell you about using ammonia. Don't use ammonia. It breaks the lignin down in the wood. You want to use super hot water or steam. That's all you need is hot water.
It will make it bend easier, but it makes your wood brittle.
Yeah, it makes it brittle and it'll crack.
maybe not
Okay.
immediately, but over time.
It'll crack cross grain.
Yeah. Over time, maybe.
Yeah,
It's not
well, it
good.
don't take as soon as it's dried, it'll
Crack it.
start bending it. And the more ammonia you put in it, the worse it is.
So what
You
about
really don't need it. Balsa wood, if you got the right grain,
Yeah, you got to
the
have.
problem arises with splitting wood is people aren't picking the right grain to begin with to mold with.
yeah. You want an AB grain.
You want an A grain.
A grain.
Grain, yeah, you try using molding C grain and then you're asking for problems. Here's a little thing. I think SIG may still have this on their website. Oh, I got that taped on there.
A grain looks like this. All the grain is running straight. This is too thick to bend to mold, but A grain runs straight up and down. And there you go.
Look at this. SIG's got this, I think, on their website. Mine framed up there.
Yeah, okay.
And it shows you what A grain looks like, B grain, C grains, and it gives you the principles over here, what it is. Like C grain's great for fuselage sides, flaps, ribs, stuff like this. This is sort of combination of A and C, D grain, which shallow molding, shallow flexing, that kind of stuff, maybe a leading edge sheeting. And then A grain, if you want to make a pencil, you know, a 16th inch wood, you can mold, you can mold a pencil. If you want a tight bending radiuses in the wood. And it tells you all on this little list. Just look it up on SIG's website and run you a copy of it. And
I've shown how to do compound molding on the channel where you got to cut and relieve. I think I showed it on the Thunderbolt where you just relieve it.
So like we said before, when we went to lunch, we were talking about cleaning this prop up when the clay's on it. The beauty of this clay and this wax, the wax is so thin, it's got so much solvent in it. So you get all these little clay smudges right here. This wax, you wipe it on, and what's happening, that the wax is dissolving this clay. And one of the things I've actually done, let's say I had to have clay that was a lot softer than this. Let's say I needed something super pliable or super mushy, whatever.
Thin it out with wax.
You take this and you start working wax in it. And what happens, as you can see, it almost just turns into like a slurry. So I can't remember the part I was making. I needed something really, really fluid. Okay, so then as you can see, it's just mostly wax, but this stuff will dry and then, it'll be,
Hard again.
yeah, but it's easy to work. And the other beauty, if you're making parts, let's just say you have a plug and you've put a dent in that plug at the last minute. It's like you're laying this thing up and you get a nick in it. Well, instead of getting out the auto body filler and sanding, and all you have to do,
Put some clay in it.
yes, you just take, a knife, you can mix it with this wax, you take it, and then you just wipe it, just like you're wiping Bondo over it. Now, you won't get it perfectly smooth, obviously, because you're not sanding and buffing it. But what'll happen, you'll get the hole filled, and then it'll be a little rough when you actually pull it out of the mold, but then you can go back over that spot and lightly sand it. So you can actually clay up a void at the last minute to save your part. And this wax I don't know if you can tell. You got to do it really gently. But let's say the wax is, or the clay is sort of ripply. You can take this wax over that clay and brush it, so you're not distorting the clay. You're just smoothing it out, because you can see some clay transfer. Is it really that important? No, but it sure makes it look nice. And let's see, where's that blade I have?
If you look at some of the props that are made today, including Bali, they very crude. This prop will look professionally made when it's done like that.
Yeah,
one
like
prop.
a Metzler prop or something
Yeah.
like that. You know, you'll have your tooling resin on there first, and then start laying up your toe. Do you put any cloth in the tips?
You can.
I
And
sort
really,
of think that's a good idea because it would keep them from splitting, or being able to split all the way down to the core. But
yeah, if you really have the right resin and the mold is heated at 200 degrees with that HTR 250, you don't even have to put a tooling coat in there. That resin will lay in there so tight and so glossy, and you won't have to worry. It'll look like it has a clear coat, but it doesn't. So like that prop I gave Sparky, I made 2 of them before I got out of it.
It is so tough, it'll cut your finger right off. Did you see it?
oh yeah, it's a beautiful blade.
But it looks good, but it just didn't the right geometry for what we were wanting to do at that time.
Too much under camber.
Yes, way too much. So by the time we got to where we figured it out, it's like, well, I didn't have any more time to work on it. It's sort of a shame, because I actually got to the point where I had the process down, but I didn't have any time to do it. Life gets in the way. So I'm going to swipe this thing with just the weight of the paper towel on it. If I did screw it up, you just pack more clay and swipe it again.
That leading edge you were just on, closer to the hub, there's
Wax.
clay.
Yeah.
I don't know. You know what you're doing. I don't know what I'm doing.
Well, when I get it to where I think it's right, you and John are going to come over here and look at it. Put your eyes on it, and then you'll see.
That really helps too.
Yeah.
You bet you it does. And you got to leave your ego in your hip pocket.
Yeah.
And when your buddies shoot your shit around, pardon the French, show you your mistakes that you overlooked or said, I think that's good enough.
That really helps. Really helps.
Same thing when you're out practicing, you're flying a pattern. When you have your buddies, or anybody for that matter, coaching it, yeah, leave your ego in the car, listen to what they have to say, you know.
They don't mean ill will about it. They mean, it's all
Yeah.
good intentions.
I remember watching in '87 the team trials. Of course, Billy Warwich was my hero. I loved his airplanes and stuff. And he put in a flight, obviously. I mean, it was way up there in high caliber flight. And I was thinking, man, I want to go over and tell Billy that I've never seen anything so good before. And Jack Sheeks walked over and started telling him what was wrong with it. I'm thinking, dang.
Pretty hard there.
Hindsight, Jack was right, and Billy was listening to him.
Yeah.
And in '89, Billy made some changes. And what Billy was doing in '87 with that tune pipe thing was purple and black. He was flying it his bottoms were 3 foot off the deck consistently, accurately. I'm thinking, how's a guy, he's got lightning reflexes. Well, you can go too low, and then it was purple and black, and the judges couldn't see it. So Jack went over and told him, he said, hey, Billy, he said, you know, you need to get that thing at 5 foot and keep it there. And you need to get rid of that purple and black. He said, it goes down there around the corn there, and he said, you can't see it. He said, it's not presenting that well. And Billy's going, yeah, you know.
Next year, come back, it was orange. Orange and yellow.
It was yellow
Yeah.
with the starburst on it.
Yeah.
It was back to his conventional tail.
You can see the airplane then.
And we know the rest of the story. The Junar.
You know, you may think you're hiding it from the judges and you're fooling the judges and stuff, but you're fooling yourself too. So.
I was watching somebody's film where I think it was Wendy's or somebody's, and it had Brodak, and it showed Jack and Brodak's. I thought, man, it sure is nice to see him again. He looked good and healthy, you know. He was laughing and joking. They were teasing him. But
Jack gave me a signed picture of a twin beach that he built one scale with. That was my prized possession, and now I can't find it.
A little white airplane out in the garage. Jack gave me that airplane. It turns clockwise. I never fly. I'll never fly it.
did he get it off of Phelps?
I can't. I know somebody gave it to him.
Jerry Phelps fly clock.
It might have been.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think. Jerry
It's
was
like a Pete and Howard.
Rick Gactabone and Jerry Phelps are the only guys I know who flew clockwise. It's a dumb way to do it.
Well, there's a guy who's Al Myers out of Chicago, flies RC, used to fly control line. Stunt. Well, anyway, Al Myers started flying RC. When you push the stick forward, it goes up on his transmitter. And I've never heard of that, but that's the way he set it up.
Bill Capanjola flew with his hand sideways and down was up and up was down.
Yeah,
You
Ken
pushed,
Pasco.
you pushed the top of your hand forward and that was up.
This was up like this.
Yeah.
You watch Ken do a loop.
Like, whoa, that looks weird.
I probably should have done my homework today when John was cooking hamburgers. I should have been up there packing clay on this thing.
Yeah, we've only been on an hour, so it's 3 o'clock.
So this is
4:30. Time flies when you're having fun.
So as you can see, it's getting down to the nitty gritty.
When Danny's pouring that, show me the gun that I can use and I'll paint that up there.
Sitting in the paint stand.
Okay.
We can all go up there.
Just shoot some thinner through it and make sure it's cleaned out good. Some cheap thinner, just a little bit, a couple spoonfuls. Any dust or whatever, blow out of it. I'll set you up there. I already adjusted the compressor.
That's the fast part. That's just, we're done.
Pouring it. Oh, you mean spraying it?
Yeah.
Shooting a
Yeah.
clear coat on, basically.
Same thing when I was in that house we were trimming. Painters would come in at 10 o'clock. We got there at 6:30. They come in at 9:30 or 10.
Leave it noon.
Well, they leave at 2 a lot of times. So you'd see them, they come in and they start sanding. And they'd sand and they'd prep and they'd caulk. And all of a sudden they bring out the Graco sprayers. After they brought out the Graco sprayers, you guarantee they were packing up in 15 minutes.
Yep.
I've never seen it so fast in my life.
Well, they shoot about a 2 foot wide pass
Oh, yeah.
every
Yeah.
every spray pattern up and down.
Yeah. They had guys come in, there's 3 of them. One guy cutting the baseboard, one guy cutting the ceiling, the other guy rolling.
Mm-hmm.
They did a big room, as big as this whole half of this downstairs in about 15 minutes.
And one guy sprays, another guy comes back behind him and rolls it.
Yeah, well, they weren't spraying; they were just rolling. But yeah, sometimes they do back roll it. They'll spray it, and the guy would come right behind them with a roller to work it in.
Yeah, because all the edges were cut in, and that makes your sprayed walls match the cut in edges.
Yeah. Okay, guys, come over here and put an eye on it.
Oh, let's see. Lick my thumb.
Yeah, perfect. What happened here? Did the tip of the prop get knocked off, or
It's sanded.
did you sand?
Let me see. Yeah, I didn't sand the tip. Oh, it's clay. Here. Oh, maybe it is. There's clay in there. It'll be all right. Yeah, there's something that got a nick or something, but barely noticeable.
You're gonna sand all these edges anyway.
But see, the thing is, you see a little, anytime you see a divot, it's basically
That's
gonna
good.
make a bump in the mold. So then you can go through there and scrape or sand.
Sand the bump out.
Yeah, yeah, before you.
Okay, it looks okay.
Yeah, looks good.
Right
Now,
here, next
Some
one
right
there.
there.
you gotta be very careful, Tom.
Yeah,
I mean, that's getting pretty particular and right there, but
yeah, I see it. Yeah. Maybe I'll come back to that. A lot of times you'll see this little clay, it's just barely streaky where you can't get the thing in there. You're gonna see it in the mold. You'll see like a little off. Then you just go back and then you can buff it up before you pour
I'm
the
sure
shit.
I'm sure it's well enough to work right now.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we're at a point now, this is doable. This is as good as I've ever made mine. Yeah.
I did a good job on rounding those out, didn't I?
Yeah.
John was worried.
It'll come out all right, Spark. Don't worry about it. When we get done with it, it'll be fine. Now I'm looking for that drill rod. What did I do with it? Dang, I'd have never found that. I like to do this with it.
Is your piece of paper that you wrap around that, is that used as a release paper, basically? It stays in the...
No, it's to keep from spraying on the PVA on that.
Because when I make the casting, I actually take that paper off, which reminds me, just a little piece of paper like that, you got one?
Right there.
You got scrap?
Yeah.
Here's what I do. I come in here at an angle like this. I taper it. Now,
Tape.
yeah, give me a little bit of that blue tape.
That blue tape won't tape anything.
It's made to come loose.
Made to come loose, it's not made to stick on anything.
So just like this, make it really tight. It'll hold the tape or hold the paper. So at this point, I don't go too crazy on it. It's metal. So you can leave a film. You don't have to buff it with this. You can leave it a little bit like that. What I'm going to do here, I think what I'm going to do is this.
That's to keep the,
Yeah, use that purple gun.
I would...
there we go. Sorry about that, we lost transmission for a second, don't know what happened.
So what I do, see, I slip that down.
Mhm.
I got that a little tight. Okay, let's do it right here.
be close.
Yeah, it is. I mean, if you probably put a feeler gauge in there, you're only looking at 1,000, couple thousands. Just,
Not enough to worry about.
no, when you actually get this thing and put it on the plane, you gotta ream it in.
It's gonna be reamed out anyway
Yeah.
to 5/16 or whatever, so.
The main thing is here, once that thing goes against the thrust washer on your engine, that's basically gonna set everything to zero. I mean, it's gonna square it up, but I get it as close as I can. So the other question, John, you have clamps that will span this thing.
You didn't bring no clamps?
I got them in my trailer. But if I clamp it, then I leave my clamps. If I use John's clamps, then basically I don't have to come back and get them, or I don't have to worry about
It's gonna be long enough for the short way, or is that the way we gotta go, the short way?
Yeah, that'll be it.
Barely, we get it. Two and nine?
Yep.
No, we gotta clamp it down this way.
Nope.
You don't?
Now the other question, John, when this thing's being poured, where can we sit this to where it's gonna be all right till tomorrow?
Leave it sit right there.
Okay, because you don't need this space here.
No.
Okay.
Did you bring mixing containers?
Yes, that's one of the things I almost forgot about. I made a list and I should
About the first thing I asked him when we got everything we were eating last night. He handed me that little note of parts and pieces and stuff he had to bring with him. I'm like, mixing containers, you brought them right. We're gonna have to go to the store if we didn't.
So what I like to do with these, I rest them here.
Mm-hmm.
Let me scoot that in. Scoot this back up. Yeah, rest the clamp and then angle it up.
How are you gonna spray the PVA?
Yeah, I probably should have done that before. Good thinking. I could do it before, after, but PVA is better to be done first. Okay, good thinking. That's better to box it up.
Is that PVA gonna get in the air when I spray my airplane and make fish eyes?
No, where you spraying your airplane at?
In the garage?
Oh, yeah, no, it would be all right. I'm spraying it right here.
What air?
Do you have air down here? It's all right, I got a compressor in the trailer. Be right back.
Let's go up and spray that. We're gonna take just an intermission. Why did it go down like that?
Yeah, probably something with the main line.
Huh?
Probably something with the main lines.
I'll wait for Dan to come back, and then John and I are gonna go upstairs, and I'm gonna shoot a coat of gray clear on my Thunderbolt. And so I can take it back and sand it out.
It's easier for me just to take this thing up there.
Okay.
Yeah. We'll just take this up there. We'll spray it up there.
Is that gonna make fish eyes on my
No,
airplane?
we'll do it out on the towards the drive.
I don't wanna move the camera.
No, bring that. And then bring the lid to that. And the PVA.
Here. Short intermission. Well, I guess what? I guess I'll just take this up there.
You got the lid to the
He's got it.
again.
Okay.
Okay, vomit cam.
I've got one of these upstairs, so
Well,
that worked great for that. Because I don't use it.
come on, Spark.
I'm working on it. All right, vomit cam, here we go upstairs, out to the garage. Yeah,
Put a flap on that. Oh, wow, that's even
A
better.
U-shaped piece with the
Yeah.
end caps welded on
Yeah,
it that'll
yeah.
just cap that and I can adjust it up and down and
Oh, yeah, that's even better than what I was using.
I thought that would go with that kitchen with all that gray and stuff in there, that stainless steel on there.
Cool, huh?
we're gonna need to heat this place up though.
Yeah.
You want to spray first? Go ahead and spray first, Spark, and then I'll shoot the PVA.
Okay. So I need this other extension, so I can get on the other side of it.
There.
Huh?
Plug that orange cord in.
Hey, Spark,
Hey, what?
you got that putty back here at the stab you need to sand.
No. Sanded?
Right here?
Yeah, it's sanded.
It's not sanded?
It is sanded.
Oh,
And I'm not too worried about that. I'm just trying to get some material on this thing.
oh, it's all the dust. Yeah.
I gotta go out in the car and get the paint. I gotta get some material on it so I can sand it.
Okay. I was looking at all the dust back here. It made it look like it wasn't
Do
sanded.
me a favor and wipe it off on
Yeah. Here's a fresh one. I just.
Repsol or Windex, one.
Okay.
There's preps all right down there in that square gallon can.
Yeah. That's where it went. I bought a tube of that green acrylic putty. It's $30.
Yeah, that's expensive stuff. Works though. Works better than the gray. Ah, dang it. Just a minute. Back that out all the way.
Come off.
Yeah.
What's he gonna spray this with? Dope? You gonna
Yeah.
spray this with dope?
Yeah.
This is my last part of the,
Really?
see this is clear dope, believe it or not. It's tinted clear. And I still have about three-quarters from my original half quart, which I'm not gonna add any thinner. Unless it doesn't spray well. I'm just trying to get some material on it.
You know why you want to get material on it? So you have something to do tonight.
That's right, can sand.
Yeah.
Let me warm this place up a little. Gonna make a little noise. We gotta have some noise. All I need to do is plug it in or to get it turned on or what? Figured that one out, didn't you? Yeah, plug it in.
All that get off. Fiberglass?
Oh, you got that door. Got some big time work done today, that's for sure. Sanded out. We're gonna shoot another coat of paint on this, get the prop foam going, and we're gonna make a canopy that actually fits the airplane. So I don't have to swatch it.
Crack that needle out.
You can tell it's clear, but it's not covered very good.
Look at you cooking and said, like, what are you talking about? You know, his eyes turned off, you know, he got super, man.
A lot of them in Germany.
Yeah.
Doing the pepper. What do you think? It's tough thing in Germany.
Yeah, if that was me, I'd be shooting primer on that sucker.
I'll tell you what.
I'd love to shoot primer on it, except it weighs too much.
The only thing is that you can't put 3
And really, I mean, generally, it's still less models, you know what I mean?
well, after this next one at night. Just like firing that big torpedo heater up after you shut the whole thing.
Crack the garage door.
It doesn't matter. It's the volatile air combination. If it hits it just right, boom. And that could really set it off. I mean, that's a different flame.
Oh, yeah, that's just like,
Set a match to something, yeah. But, I mean, you live life dangerously. I haven't been doing that shit for years. Crossing my phone, so with that gauge, it's not affected by the temperature gravity. You see, I'll shoot that gauge outside in the middle of winter time.
yeah, I remember watching one, he's cracking the garage door, and he'd be shooting 35 degrees.
Yeah.
on it, you know?
Yeah, oh yeah. You just take it inside into the wind, you let it down, and it's fine.
That's surprising too, man. So would that thing kick on automatically? Okay, good.
I'm gonna make sure you're coming walking down the road. We'll open up the garage door. That's a whole airplane one take. You'll be able to cut it like a knife on it. PLC gun, really, the way you use it is puts on a lot of fucking material real quick. You know, really wets the surface out. We're using that. The pressure there up there, just a fine thread on a thin coat of paint. So when you only got too much paint to use to begin with, you gotta put it on time. I tried using you need a pattern. And that's that's why it looks good in automotive, because hell, there's people doing scraping on it. That's clear off the surface and it happens that way.
Candy colors and metallic, it might be good opened up, you know. How you doing in there, Spark?
Compared to what? Fine.
How's it going over that wing? Is it blocking it out?
It's, I've only got 4 ounces of paint on it, 2 cups.
You want to take a second coat?
It's gonna take all of it.
Okay. I figured that.
So it's like
See, that's really clear. It's clear as sun. Without spoon or table. Table spoon is black and the table spoon is white. So the only solid that you have in there is 2 tablespoons. The outside is just like 2 tablespoons on the table.
It's not gonna be completely covered, you know,
Yeah, it doesn't have to be there.
but it's not gonna take much gray. It's gonna take like 2 ounces of gray paint to cover the thing.
yeah.
We'll get ready to.
We sort of screwed up because we didn't start with that clear first for the bare wood, and instead he was for the top
The other thing is the beauty of the tint, whether it's black, gray, or white, it's like a guidepost. When you start sanding, you can see what's high and what's low.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, from the beginning.
Yeah,
You can't see that when you just clear it.
not unless you really scrutinize it like candle it. You know, you're looking at it at a really high
My
angle.
airplane downstairs, by the time I got ready to paint white, the one with those checkerboards on it. By the time I got ready to paint base white coat, it was as white as it felt.
So you
Yeah, you couldn't see the paint. You know, it was just kind of great. So when I saw that white on there, hell, it was.
I remember looking at Bob Busey's airplane one time, is that 55 or 60 model he had gray. He didn't like it, but it was candy apple red. And I don't know what it was. I think he told me, you know, silver. He said the coloring was 2 layers of Japanese sushi. And he said, then, if you look at it, the candy apple, it was candy apple is always translucent, I don't know, you can see through it. But this stuff, it looked like he just mixed it. You sit back and you looked at it and it was red. When you got up on it, you can see where it wasn't even hard to color. It was just like a little bit of red on it. And I think it went over silver, but
Silver is gold.
yeah. Really wanted to bright and
Sort of, I enjoy painting. Once I get involved, it takes me a little bit to get rid of stuff because all the masking and stuff that goes on. But once I get into it, I'm also having a good time. Take the water line, man.
I just wanted to it's sparky. Getting great. Like me.
It's amazing, man. It's the best thing we ever saw left was to tint that stuff, I think.
Yeah.
And not to mention that Wix white paint has so much more pigment in it than Sig white or Verdeck white.
Well, I'll tell you a story when years ago in the 90s, my brother-in-law had a Satabia Pro, Balsa USA. He wanted me to paint it. He got the fire engine ready with white paint. Well, actually, just stack the colors, right? So anyway, I paint the whole thing red, which is no problem, and then it went on beautiful. It covered like a dream, so then I masked off and started spraying the white. I sprayed that white with that red and really just that's pretty cool. But I think what had happened, probably about 4 or 5 years before that, Randy was talking about in the picture.
Basically, what I've sprayed on here is a quarter thinner.
Yeah, I know. So then, I think they upped their pigment because that white covered up the red beautiful. Yep. This is
Now I can close the top and fire that up and not, worry about it. 70 ounces.
Yeah. Hope not.
Spray that thinner on there, get it on there good and thick.
Out here?
Yeah, it's stinky out here.
Okay, well, I'm going out there.
Watch the floor, dude.
What do you think, Barb? Can you smell it?
Smells good.
The last time you sprayed.
You got it into the house?
Smell it in the house, yeah. I think it came in more from this door
It couldn't.
than that one. I don't know.
Well, I'd spray in the garage. I have an old squirrel cage wall and not done a job.
Well, we're about done with that.
Had some ductwork and I had a side garage door that had a window in it and I just raised the window up and the ductwork went to that. When that fan was running, when you open that door, so what I was doing is sucking all the air from the house and the furnace and everything, it was all going out there, so, I just, it was just thing in the garage and you know, so.
That's what a lot of people do in their basement workshop. Down there, or, burn on the way, or whatever, and if they got a fan, they suck all the heat out of the house. Like that, it just, goes right down there, right out the window. Before you have your furnace is running in the
Every crack and,
yeah.
We don't want that to happen this year, like you said.
what, 54%?
But they're strong.
They're saying, but hopefully they won't, because
How much you use?
4 cups.
Any more left?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna put it on though.
Well, I'm just wondering in case you had some touch-up spots or something.
Well, just because I got it doesn't mean I got to use it.
That's still
Now it's a matter of sanding it all out again and
real easy. That's all you get.
I'm gonna get a Hershey bar after that. That's gonna be a shot of primer.
well, that's it.
It's
I gotta clean that
that's
up.
one wet coat, right?
Hey, that dope isn't gonna leave fish eyes in my PVA, is it?
Hope not.
Oh, hey, that looks pretty good, Spark.
Yeah, for not using paint, that's clear. More sanding.
Cut it with a knife.
Achy and windy. Thank God for the wind, huh?
Yeah, put it right down pretty quick.
Yeah, that hotel last night, over there by that base, you know, basically, you're driving in there, you know where those two big jets are, F-18 and the F-16? And there's a guard shack there, but right before that, you go back to a hotel, nobody bothered it, peace and quiet.
Pretty nice.
Cement roof, cement walls, and like, didn't hear anything.
Really?
Quiet, nobody yelling or screaming, didn't hear anybody. Slept good. Nobody bothered anything, of course, the trailer and just, yeah, it was only like $80. You know,
We were paying $140 up there in
Yeah.
Cleveland.
so, $80 and that's, you know, anything else. is-
Halfway clean, halfway nice.
Yeah, it wasn't the finest room. It was clean.
It was a little mom and pop like place.
It was clean, yeah. So, I was happy. Well, one of the reasons I picked that place is because I thought, man, nobody's gonna bother you back here.
Yeah.
You know, you get back and if you gotta go wind back in there and it takes the guards. Normally, I'm not saying all the time, but usually around military bases or things, you're pretty safe, you know, for some reason.
People look out for
That's the
themselves.
wrong shit.
These guys have been overseas, and they know
Yeah.
they've been ripped off. They've been to Europe or Greece or wherever, you know, and they know what it's like. You know, my sister lived in this place over in Italy, and they had to have security on the apartments. All the season, big black marks, everywhere. And you had to have good nails down there, and you didn't buy anything nice, because you knew it was probably gonna get stolen.
Yeah. Did you get the wrong stuff?
I poured the wrong shit for to clean it with.
What'd you pour in there?
Some wax and grease remover. Give me a paper towel.
I knew that's what you did. Hey, it's all right. Just put some thinner in there. It'll come out.
I did.
Supposed to be using that 5-gallon jug stuff.
Get a spark. How many you want?
Just one. Didn't hurt nothing.
No. Run a little thin in there. Wash it out.
Yeah, I got it.
They made all the handrails in that hospital out there. 4-story hospital out of that.
Hey, Spark,
Hey, what?
you wrap some sandpaper around here and sand fillets with it.
Yeah. Did that come from Tom Morrison's house?
It's a big,
I had a whole shit full of that stuff. And I cut motor mounts out of it. Burn up a blade. I had some myself to burn up a blade.
it's rock hard.
Tough stuff. Cut everything every side and then ran through.
Well, here's the other thing.
All right.
You really look at it, see how close those rope ends are?
Oh, man.
That's old rope ends. I didn't farm.
That was good. Yeah, man, they use high dollar stuff at that hospital.
So I used,
Yeah.
and it's kind of gray.
Yeah. Here.
And listen, it's so gray, it ain't gonna take any gray.
Nope, we ain't gonna take the gray to cover it.
That's good.
What are you gonna do?
Spray that PVA.
Where?
Right there.
Inside?
No, out here. I gotta, here, pull that hose through there.
Oh, those old men bidding over grunting and grinding their belly sticking out.
Too much hot dog and
Yeah.
hamburger. How much pressure we run, Spark?
I don't know, wide open.
We got about 60 pounds. Is too much.
No, I'll be all right. I got it. I can regulate it here. All right.
Well, we know it weighed when it went in there, we'll see what it weighs when it comes out. Hopefully 1 ounce,
Yeah.
hopefully. How many coats?
Well, I just keep spraying it. I go one real light coat, just like a dusting. And it's almost like one continuous coat.
Oh, windy coat.
Yes, one continuous coat, like windy. And I can tell how much I've got on by how green it is.
Does a first light coat like that add like tooth to it and let
Yeah.
it sort of stick and not run?
Correct, yeah. Sort of mist it on. PVA sprays different paint, sort of diffuse.
Yeah, well, it's more watery.
18 and 6. Hit that like button, guys. That's the one that with the thumb that looks like that. Dan is now shooting the PVA on the mold. I lost my smoker.
I can't read that thing.
What?
That's like making a snide remark about.
I thought it seemed written on it.
We're all getting high and we're doing
I don't know what happened to my smoker. God, this stupid thing. It's terrible. It's killing me.
On top of the blasting cabinet.
Nope. Come on.
On top of the toolbox.
What's he looking for, John?
Lower edge of the toolbox.
Nope.
What's he looking for, Sparky?
My smoker.
Oh, your
Vape.
okay.
Come on.
It isn't on the back patio, is it?
Don't believe so. Have to go home.
On place should be in the basement.
Yeah, that could be anywhere. But I didn't see it down there. I had it up here, I know I did. I didn't open up any cabinets. Gotta be sitting in plain sight. I'm pushing out. That it?
Yeah, I'm gonna show him how to clean this gun. Hand me that drinking water over there, right by that Windex.
This sink right here.
That's all right. What I do, half water. PVA is water soluble. Shake it up a little bit. Now give me some paper towel. It's right there. So when it comes time to clean the gun, what I like to do is you open the flow and you close off the air pressure. What happens is you actually blow bubbles. So that way you're working the liquid back and forth. Helps clean it. And then I just open this all the way up. Then I'll pour this out. We go over to the sink and I'll pour it out. I'll put fresh water in there.
What the hell did I do it?
Did you have it after lunch?
Oh yeah. Go downstairs and look. That's aggravating when
Yeah, the shop eats something. It's not up here anyway.
so probably it's down there. Now spraying this PVA, I just kept spraying it until I got the coverage. You start out slow. By the time you work yourself around, the first place you start is already tacked up. And it takes a while, but it flattens out and starts to look real shiny. The PVA will go on sometimes and it looks like it's pretty coarse. PVA takes a while to flash, get the water out. But once you get rid of the water or the carrier, the alcohol in it, cleans up pretty good, flattens out. And if you think
We stuck pretty good to that clay.
yeah,
I've set it in my car before. I'm gonna
I think it's in your car.
possible.
Yeah, you ever found it?
You got it?
I wouldn't tease you either, not on the smoker.
He forgot it. He thought he forgot it one day. He's over here all day long, smoking my cigarettes and everything. And then walking out to the car there about an hour before he's gonna leave. There, I sat in his car. All the time it was in his car.
Hey, look at him.
I've done it twice now.
I just telling him that the time you were ever here. and all day long, he's smoking my cigarettes, bitching the whole time. I see him smoke for up when I had to leave because I don't got my smoker.
I've done it twice. We'll put it in the same place twice. You can raise this now, right?
Yeah. Probably have to roll it from the bottom.
What's next?
Canopy. You're gonna pour that. I don't know how long you gotta wait for it to dry.
Let's pull a canopy and let it dry. I'll be stirring some epoxy up and working on some measurements, and you pull a canopy. If John's got a hose that'll fit this box, I want to show you. I got a plug down there. We can pull one of mine. I got to use your plastic though. I didn't bring any plastic.
Oh no.
Yeah, that's all right. I got more.
Don't matter. I guess we're gonna do it in the oven.
Well, we do it on. If we do my method,
I don't believe that this is big enough to pull mine. Do you
it
think?
might
John?
not be because yours. I think is bigger.
Might not be.
Let me
Might
go
be
get
too
the,
small and then it stretch it too thin.
Let me go get that frame. Open the door, please. All right, we're headed back downstairs. While this dries, that's as light as you can get. I mean, there's no paint on it yet. It's all clear, tinted clear. Hopefully they took the plastic. Probably not, no. This camera crap. 2 hours we've been on. 4 total today. Like, subscribe, and share, and super chat if you can. I don't have super thanks, so I can only go with the super chat.
That's why I like it. You know, it's easily accessible.
Is this my frame?
No, it's my frame. Take it apart and drill through the frame.
Yeah, I could do that, or I could just punch holes, which is what I do with mine.
Man, that's pretty green. Green metallic.
Almost looks like Gumby.
Yeah.
Gumby released. I'm going to show you my method on this. I think you'll like it. Is my box still up in the garage? I think I didn't bring it down.
Yeah.
I wish I could get that beam to sit tight in there.
I need to glue these screws in. Remember when we went to the hardware store? Wing nuts? You didn't need them wing nuts. Yeah, well. Stainless screws.
The tail of your airplane was sagging on that stem. I went ahead and put a stick underneath the tail wheel.
I hope not. It'll be fine.
John's laughing.
That's the fun of all of
Yeah, I don't think your box is big enough to do my canopy.
Yeah, it is.
No, it ain't.
It is. That'll work perfect. We're gonna do one just for the heck of it.
Waste a piece of plastic.
Nope, I got more. I'd waste a 4x8 sheet just to prove you wrong.
It's true, you would.
Hey, you wanna,
it.
where's she?
No, thanks.
Ease release, PVA green.
That's different than my part all there.
I have Parl and I tried it and it doesn't flow and level as well. That stuff there,
Just uses full strength then, right?
yeah, they'll never water it down.
Well, it went on there just like a coat of clear lacquer.
Looks like candy apple green.
Yeah. Just think about it. You could paint that on your airplane, and then if you got tired of it being green, just wash it off.
Or wait till it rains,
Yeah.
fly in the rain.
You didn't mark which side is which, did you?
No, I didn't. All your holes are equal, aren't they?
Yeah, right. You drilled them, are they?
They're with plus or minus 1,000, right?
Nope. 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 Is it getting close?
No.
Sure, the center of it.
Yeah, maybe.
I could have been off on the hole punch a little bit too.
You guys are gonna like my method.
Oh, yeah.
Let me take this plastic.
You're gonna like my method. See
Yeah,
that?
I've seen your method, remember?
No, I've been improved it since then.
What?
I've improved it since then.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
It won't hit the canopy.
Huh?
If you see a little dent or something out of the way, it won't hit the canopy.
Doesn't matter anyway, when it gets hot, it'll melt it and
Yeah,
flow out.
if it's something small. Medium one. Those basements are cold. Your basement's nice and warm.
I got 2 heat ducts in here and 2 on the other side.
It's nice down here.
It's pretty dry too,
Yeah.
which I've had some water down here a little bit here and there. Really nasty.
Yeah.
Rains that blow up against the side of the house. See, this house is like 4 foot over
That helps.
all the way
It
around.
makes a huge difference.
You bet it does. In fact, it's hard to grow plants up against the house because they don't get any rain.
Yeah. So not only that, but your windowsills, the sash, the paint, you know, everything is
sort of protected a little bit.
My dad had a house and it was a lot of overhang like that. Never had any problems with rotten wood or water.
Get Canopy. No problem in there.
Because we cut them all stacked up. Basically what happened, they melted. Yeah, they melted together. I'll do a little tidy up here. Some of the stuff we don't need.
Screwdriver.
John, I grabbed this thing right here. There. I was using it.
How hot is your George foreskin grill going?
How hot does it get?
Yeah.
Pretty dang hot. Hot enough to make it sag 4 inches.
Think it'll be good? Yeah, maybe.
I mean, that thing blows red hot. So really, if you look at this plug, there's probably an inch difference.
Yeah.
It is actually a George Foreman.
No, I just call it that.
It's an indoor grill.
Yeah, it had a little hamburger grease on it when I bought it.
I was looking for one and I couldn't find one that was that big.
Look at that.
Yeah.
It's got a fan in it, so the fan helps circulate the air if you need it. But you know, this thing plugs in. The neat thing about it, you can adjust the power and you can adjust the fan. So what I do, first thing I do is take this plastic and I clamp mine to the frame.
Yeah, but
I wanted high production. I wanted ram it, slam it. So this is what I came up with. This is all I do. Okay, take this thing here, and set it like that until I get a good sag.
there's the plug right behind you.
As soon as it sags, I flip it. Boom.
Plug right there.
Right here.
Yeah, you can't have any dust around.
Yeah.
You should be able to pull that out a little bit, shouldn't you? Here, you take this one. I'll plug into that one.
So this vacuum cleaner, can you get this hose hooked to it, John?
He's got adapter.
Is this hose? fits that.
Yeah, that plugs right in.
Oh, it's like,
Or no, you gotta use the other end of
I got you.
it. No, just the short piece. Well, yeah, just.
Like that. And then this would go here.
Right.
Okay.
Problem when you got big hose.
Yeah, that's a disadvantage. Okay.
Wide open.
Okay, we're cooking with gas now.
We're cooking with the new Green Deal, electricity.
Now, I just set this on here. So I how quick the clamps went on there.
Oh yeah.
Wait a minute, you gotta get it just right. You gonna be my switchman for the vacuum?
Yeah, I'll do it for you.
I want to see you do mine.
Okay. So the plastic's starting to sag, it's starting to move.
I think you're gonna need this frame here.
We're gonna do your canopy on this frame and that box.
Okay. I hope it works.
I do too, because I don't want to hear you rib me for the next 2 weeks.
Now, are you gonna flip that upside down to put it on
Yep.
this?
Yep.
It'll tighten up first and then it'll go slack.
22 watchers, 11 thumbs up. Hit the thumbs up button, guys.
If they can see this or not.
Yeah, if you watch the plastic, you can see it sagging. Kinda.
Yeah.
It'll be a while. Till it gets warmed up.
Yeah, this thing here, it takes a while to heat up. You can see this little meter. It keeps getting hotter and hotter. This little, it's called the Power Smokeless Grill. Yeah, got it at Goodwill. I
There
think
it
it was $10. And I said, what happens if it doesn't work? Do you have any return policies? She said, you can't return it for your $10. We'll give you a $10 store credit. I said, that's good enough. So this thing's got a fan on it, okay? And
It's sagging pretty good.
yeah, okay, hit the vacuum, John. No screws, no wing nuts.
Okay,
Clamp it and slam it.
matter of fact, I do like that. Got it considerably better than when I was over your house.
Look at that.
Beautiful.
Clamp it and slam it. There you go.
Now it's divine.
Pull
Twice as
mark
big.
on right there.
Yeah, but that's all cut away. Okay, give me another one of those sheets.
See if your base was a little bit bigger.
Yeah.
You slam it on there and it'll seal better. It'll be sealed clean good enough. You don't need any tape around the edges or anything.
Try your base, John.
Yeah.
Well, I like that base because the smaller it is, the more vacuum you. The whole secret to this thing is I guess the plug, obviously, but then it's knowing how to read the plastic.
Yeah. Sure is, because it can mess with you.
Now, if you go to Goodwill or one of these discount places and you buy a grill, I guess what I'm trying to say is, for the most part, you could design this frame to fit the grill. That thing started to move really quick.
Yeah, it's warmed up.
Yeah, warmed up.
You're gonna have to let it sag more because it's a deeper pull.
Yeah. One of the advantages of this thing, where I'm pulling the plastic from here, and it's almost a stretch and a pull. You're basically doing two things.
Yeah, so
stretch-
is mine. Same thing.
Yeah.
You gotta push it down
Right.
over it and hit the frame to the box. It's just I don't have any clamps I gotta worry about getting in the way, and if you get good at it and you get used to it, then it's pretty slam.
Yeah.
You don't have anything you have to line up.
Yeah. Now this thing, I think it's still on. This thing here is lined with UHMW tape. It's an adhesive tape, and I just tape that down and it's slick. So what happens, instead of the frame sealing to the box, basically this plastic is sealing to this slick UHMW tape. And that's what causes the seal.
I don't think you need that really.
I don't think you do, but
You
every
got
little,
enough vacuum. I don't know about.
every little thing helps.
I tried foam tape and all that stuff on there. It pulls it so doggone quick that you don't have time for it to really,
Yeah,
to seal all wood to wood.
doesn't matter. Okay, get ready to hit that vacuum. Not yet, but it's starting to move in the right direction. Hey, George Foreman.
Yeah.
I could probably use my frame on that and do the same thing
Yeah.
with my box. It performed every bit
Yeah.
the same.
Sometimes if the frame's bigger, you just build up a little side to hold it,
Yeah.
you know?
At least we didn't have to dick around.
Well, you're not messing with Barb's oven too, you know?
Yeah.
That's a little bit of an advantage.
I've been looking for those things at, Dollar General, well, not Dollar General, but all the little thrift stores and stuff. I never found one that big. I found littler ones.
Yeah.
Do another one. So I got a spare.
Okay, we're 2 for 2, I think. We're gonna do 3 more. I'm taking one home with me. Thunder.
I got this.
I need one with that.
And we need 4.
This is what I got.
With a concave in it.
Yeah. This one might be a little bit harder to pull out of here. It'll come out.
Might have to relieve it,
Yeah,
cut the back.
yeah, just,
Right? Exactly over there.
I'm gonna leave this one with you, John, so this way, if you ever want a conventional,
Where's the X-Acto down?
Okay. Then
Point.
that's one in jars.
You pointed here, but
Yeah, then one of these. This is the one with all the knives and stuff on it.
I guess the scalpel would work.
There's another one.
you know what I like about this whole system the most? Well, there's two things I like about it. Number one is the clamp, not the screws. Number two is just setting it on the grill.
Well, see, you could do weight and screws and use clamps on that too.
Yeah.
And it wouldn't be any different.
I think about it, if, the thing is with this plastic, it's a static.
Oh, yeah, it'll pick up anything. I try to be as spotless when I'm doing that as I can.
They don't want to come out of there. This pulls thinner than the other one.
Yeah, because it's higher. It's a smaller frame.
Yeah. What do you think? Is it gonna work?
Lighter.
Pulled real thin.
Is it too bubbly?
I think it's too thin.
It's pretty bubbly.
Yeah,
Got it too hot?
probably.
You know what you can do? If there's imperfections in it, is the mold smooth enough?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but this stuff, this has got little bubbles in it that you can feel, and they'll put it just right in the next piece over top of it.
Okay, let's do this next one in a little bit less heat. I tried to get it fairly hot because I wanted it to draw that far. Let's just go with a hair cooler. I won't go for a snag. I need to make little feet so that thing doesn't flip down in there.
Well, I guess I go get some more plastic.
There's another piece laying over there somewhere.
This is lighter though.
Underneath the blueprints or something, his piece.
It did pull it. It did pull it too thin.
Too thin.
Yeah, this,
See, his box is so
Yeah.
small. That's
The other thing is, I mean, once you get that on the plane, it might be not as bad as you think. Okay,
No,
get
this-
ready, John.
this is thin.
Yeah. I think you could probably pull that canopy without that base on it, to be honest with you. Cause I'm pulling fine.
Let's cut half the base off.
Huh?
We'll cut half the base off.
Well, let's look at this one. See what we come up with.
This one's not half. This, I mean, it doesn't feel as thin as that one. It's gonna be a
see, we
big.
can rig up something here and hold my over top of that right here and use my box up here.
Yeah. I cut it out of there again. I
You need
guess.
to push the front of it out of there first without dinging it.
Let me cut it out. Where's that knife? was right here somewhere. It's over there.
Is that the X-Acto you're using?
Yeah.
Here's one. I don't know if it's sharp though.
What?
Here's one, but I don't know if it's as sharp.
We'll cut half the base off of it. Or just cut it all off.
I mean, do you have any extra material if you do cut the base off?
Extra material of
Yeah.
this wood?
No, I mean, do you have extra, if you cut the base off and this canopy only goes to here,
Oh yeah, there's extra.
because you have to trim it up here anyway, right?
Right.
Yeah. But you know what, if John's using a bigger table or a bigger frame and you need that base, I'd rethink it.
That's right, I wouldn't pull the first one cut after you cut it off.
Right.
Leave it just like it is.
So you gotta adapt that to what John's
We
got.
had to do something to that base to get the pull right without wrinkles in it, and part of it was jacking it up in the air.
Yeah, so whatever you were doing,
So,
you still might have to do, you see what I mean?
Yeah.
Now, if you cut the base off and you had this and this, you might be all right, but if you don't have that, it could be one of those things where,
this is the killer, is that you gotta waste so much of this plastic. That's what sort of pisses you off when you're doing this.
Pretty thin still.
You see that, you're wasting 3/4 of the damn plastic.
yeah.
The only way you could do this was go to a thicker plastic.
Well, what I was doing too, if you consider a whole 4x8 sheet, I made that frame as small as possible here. So I could, basically, my sheets weren't 12 by 12, they fit here.
Right.
So that way I could probably get another 6 of these or out of a sheet of 4x8. So, what do you think of that one, Spark?
See, I did this box, and you could
Pretty
literally,
Got an imperfection in it too.
if you could always had enough plastic
Yeah.
that you could even put 2 or 3 other molds in there and mold 2 or 3 things at one time,
Yeah.
or completely smaller frame.
Put that thing on there and get your box up there, John. Let's do it with yours and see what
See,
happens.
I got a frame this size, Dan,
Yes, I see.
that I can use on this box, and all I do is plug them holes off with paper.
Yeah. I think once you had this on the plane, I think it would be fine. Cause you're cutting all this off. So if you feel it,
It's too thin.
no, I don't know. You think so?
Yeah, one day in the sun and it,
Yeah. So it started out as well. If you don't pull it over that, it wouldn't be as thin.
You sure this isn't my frame?
I'm positive.
Where's my frame at?
I
My
have
big
no
frame.
clue. That's the one we made when we went to the hardware store and bought them pieces.
Now this is what I got on my plane now. And that's what I've got right here. This one, I mean, this tray with that canopy, this one, seems like it works out good.
I bought these big flathead screws at that hardware store and these wing nuts when we made this.
I'm wondering where my frame's at. Is that pulling something?
Oh shit. Just spit on it.
Here. See this.
No good. Try John's box.
The other thing with John's box, you're not having such a deep draw stretch. Hey, John, does that thing go in any farther? It's like it's got a stop on it.
Yeah, it's got a stop on it because it's not
Remember, we had to,
Yeah,
You know, Spark, this one's pretty thin.
we had to tilt it like this, but don't tilt the material.
Things I hate about tools, extension, the cords and the hoses.
Yeah, they don't make anything freaking universal. Nothing too big. I'm gonna modify the damn thing for something.
What,
That box.
your frame, you mean?
Yeah.
Take that masking tape and just tape them holes up.
Don't need to.
You set that on there?
Yep.
Masking tape will be permanent.
Yeah, what happens if you wanna change it?
Pull the tape off. Semi-permanent. Right, John? Semi-permanent.
Yeah. Paperwork's fine. Don't need anything more than that.
Well, once you turn the vacuum on, the paper sucks down, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the hardest part we'll have is holding this frame over this heat. Scorching your fingers to death.
Excuse me here.
Then we got something we could set it on, a couple cinder blocks or something.
It's sort of hard for me to see the plastic while I'm holding
It
it.
ain't drooping. It's starting. When I turn it on, just swap over and set it straight on the box, don't turn it.
Yeah. You ready?
Yep.
Fire.
I don't know what that is. But that might not be in there. There's a line right
It's
there.
all right, because it's behind that.
Yeah. But this line right there's all kind of bubbles and dirt and stuff on it.
Let's see what we got.
I think that piece of plastic had a bunch of junk in it.
There is a line there for some reason. It wasn't your plug, it was something in there. Stretched it or something.
That seems awful thin too. Is this the same stuff?
Yeah, look at this canopy with the yellow tape on it. Feel how thin that is. What do you think? Is it?
Well, the only way I'm gonna be able to tell is to cut it.
Yeah.
We had to go, didn't we have that mold in there right at 45 degrees? And then put this on square, right?
Yeah,
That's how we did it.
you just missed a little bit, that's
Yeah.
all.
I'll tell you what we can do. You heat it up less than you did that time. Don't get as much sag. okay? Let's get it spotless where there's no dust on it, or as close as we can. Less sag, and you put it over there, and I'm gonna grab rags. And it's not gonna really wanna go
It
by.
doesn't have to do that.
I know, but still,
I had my fingers hung
Oh,
up
okay.
underneath of it on
Okay.
both sides of it, so it wasn't getting a full draw.
all right.
Let me cut this one and see what it looks like. It may be fine. I
I
don't
don't
know.
know where my frame's at.
Once you actually get the thing glued on your airplane, you'd be surprised how stiff that gets, you know? This is exactly what I've got on mine.
I know we didn't use this little teeny frame, right?
No, we used my frame.
Yeah, but I thought I had a big frame like that too. I'm getting there.
Hey, Jim, here's your, I grabbed your Sharpie. Is it writing?
Yeah, it works. Here, draw on it or hold it or something. That line right there. Or on the back. There now. I don't know, this may work right here, except it's got a bugger in it.
If it's on the outside, if you spray clear over that and rub it out, it'll be fine.
Can I use these scissors or not for this?
You got,
The good ones.
Using black handled ones.
I got some that are bent, like this.
Yeah.
They're RC carbide
Yeah.
or
A buddy of mine turned me onto those things.
equivalent shears or something like that.
This is cute. I've never seen one this small. Little small square.
I guess what I need to do is take this out there and make sure it works on the airplane.
Oh, you mean because you sanded the divot, the
Yeah.
dip in it? Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how it matches up, because that dip actually transferred into that canopy, didn't it? Yeah.
Should have.
Little point behind it.
Well, the whole thing is, John, it's just a matter of dialing it in, just like cutting foam wings. Once you get it dialed in,
If you didn't do it for a while,
when I started
Sure
making
thing.
these canopies, I got 2 or 3 of them that were fair. And finally I got one, I kept adjusting it till I got a good one like this, and then I just made about 10 more of them. Once I got it down, I thought, oh, I'm not quitting now. I'm just gonna make sure I just make a run of them. Cause I don't wanna have to come back in 6, 8 months and try to figure it out again.
exactly.
I'm gonna call up and complain to those resin services, hey, where's my catalog?
You didn't ask for it. John had to ask for it.
Yeah.
Kinda like, would you like ketchup with your fries? Well, duh.
So I'll put this on the camera, see if they can sort
You
of
wanna know
show.
how to tell whether it's thinner or not? Let's weigh them.
Yeah, that'll take it. So we're talking about this resin services here. This is an HTR 250, Hardner 9234, where you can use 106-3. But this is sort of a spec sheet. I don't know if you can see because of the lighting. Tells you the ratio by weight, 25 parts per 100 weight. So if you have 100 grams of 250, then it takes 25 grams of Hardner at 9234. The pot life, 130 minutes. Shorty hardness, 85 to 88. Shorty at 350 post cure, 84, 86. Tensile strength, compressive strength, flexural strength, PSI, heat distortion, and that's a critical one for us. You come over here, heat distortion at 350. So that means a test sample of whatever 2 inches by 4 inches under so much weight, it'll distort at 350. But if you come down here, you look at the high temperature cure cycle, 1 hour at 150, 1 hour at 200, 1 hour at 250, 1 hour at 300, 2 hours at 350. And usually what they do when they reach 350, they just back this up and go in reverse. So when you buy resins, you don't have to use this product, but anybody that engineers parts, they have to know the properties of what they're engineering them out of. So that's what this does. It lets you actually go through there, look at these different resins, casting resins, laminating, or whatever, and it tells you exactly what the properties are. So, surface coat, laminating, casting, adhesives and paste, and polyesters. And the polyester, MEK peroxide, and it gives you the properties. But see, you can go with polyester and you're only looking at a heat distortion of 225.
Probably not. But it was, you know, we didn't want the plastic to pull out of the frame.
Here, feel the difference in these. You tell me there's no difference.
Well, what's confusing me let me see the other part of this plastic. Get that one out of the tray. Is this it right here? We're just getting more of a stretch on this. This stuff is thick. Yeah.
Well, let's cut half the plug off then. That's the base off.
Well, look at this. Feel that. That's out of the same plastic, but look at feel it. That's fairly rigid, isn't it?
Yeah, barely.
But this one here, it's like, wow, this is thin.
I think we need to cut half the base off.
Yeah. I don't know. That's strange there. I see what you mean now. Well, if you had the base, it'd be nice to add 10 or 15 thousandths to that plastic, and then you might end up with what you needed. But yeah, that's a heck of a difference between those two canopies.
That should be good enough. You gotta make sure to get it right in the center. That, right in the center.
Don't put as much heat on it this time, John.
Just turn that 90 degrees.
This thing here,
Yeah,
turn George around.
turn towards 90.
This thing's got a motion sensor in it. You see that? As soon as it figured out that it's moving. It didn't like to be moved. Must have a safety feature in it.
And by the vacuum.
The other thing you can do, Storky, when he gets that hot, take your hands and push that down.
I'm not burning myself.
Well, then you get by the vacuum.
Let me know when you're ready.
Yeah, I can't cover deep to it, 'cause
You got no droop yet.
you gotta get down eye level with it to see the droop. The only one about 2 inches.
Get it closer to George.
No, not too much. I mean, okay, it's starting to go now, John. Okay, let's try that.
Go ahead.
No,
turn
that's
it-
about an inch.
Turn the vacuum on.
Turn it on. How many guys does it take to mold a canopy?
You better get some more mold. I got 10 of them.
I've done these things by myself many times.
Yeah,
you
it's
know,
harder,
and
though.
It's just,
Here's what I was gonna try to do.
I never had to do this.
Yeah.
We didn't have a plastic, not
Yeah,
quite
here's-
hot, but we
Here's
don't
the
need any
thing,
of
I
this
wanted
shit.
less heat, because
Yeah.
less heat means a thicker canopy,
Right,
but then it takes a little bit more
yeah.
push.
Well, let's see what we got here.
I think if that one is fairly good, let's try one more, even less heat. And then I'm gonna really force it, and then I think we're gonna get what we want by doing that. If
One
this
of the
one,
wing nuts is on the floor underneath the bench down here.
Don't lose them. I spent $20 on that hardware.
did you really?
Yeah,
It must be Snap-on hardware.
no, it's some local hardware store John took me to.
I see it. It's all the way over there.
Of course it is.
How did that?
Cause it hit my toe when it fell.
Take all these screws.
I think that's gonna be near perfection.
Yeah. We need a draft angle on this thing. It don't want to come out of there.
Yeah. You gotta be careful with this stuff and foresight. I mean, same way with composites. I mean, you might be able to do that and still get it out without actually, oh, watch out my cut parting board. There you go. Sometimes, one little notch or something will keep that thing from releasing.
Sure will.
What's the verdict? Let me see that. I think this is closer than anything you've gotten so far.
Thicker.
Yeah, a little bit.
Why does it not look perfect? I mean, it's like, there's little bumps and stuff in it. What, that dust?
Yeah. This one, it's all right.
Is that dusted real good?
I dusted it before. Yeah, before you pulled it.
The other thing that causes, sometimes it looks like dust. Sometimes if you let it get too hot, I don't know.
Oh yeah, it'll bubble.
Yeah, but I don't think that was too hot. That last one we did,
No.
it didn't have,
I guess maybe some Windex on it and wipe it off, I don't know. Let me cut it out and see what it feels like.
okay, let's try this.
Maybe alcohol before I do.
Let's try something.
Just so it dry.
Pull a canopy over this.
If that's got bumps in it, it'll just
Transfer the bumps.
transfer the bumps right over to it. What happened to that piece of plastic I had down here? Did you use that?
Pull one over this.
That's the original though.
Right. I got more of these. I got 10 of them.
Yeah, but that's the one that, thing is with that though,
It'll give me the right cut too.
it didn't have the, swoop in on the back.
That's true too. Let me go up and get some more plastic. Seems like we've been through this before.
Didn't you say you had plastic down here, John? That's- Don't cut this up, make Sparky use his. He's got stuff that's already cut up.
I'm looking for my damn. I know I made a big frame just like what he did.
Boy, I've never seen a piece of balsa with this big, John.
Yeah, I like that one. Yeah.
Going over there looking at this wood,
Yeah.
look at this thing. It's like 5 foot tall.
Uh-huh. But it's a 10-pound or
Oh,
12-pound wood or something.
It's baseball bat, but it's balsa. Look at that. Never seen a piece that big.
Yeah. One's like a 2x4 or 5/4 or something, or not 5/4, but eight quarter or something.
As much rain as we've had in Plainfield, I'm thinking I'm just gonna grow balsa trees next spring.
Yeah, it's
If it takes a balsa tree 4 years to mature, well, I'll go with a year to lose 75%. Maybe get 4 pound wood.
you know, it might not be a bad idea, really,
Yeah.
if you think about it. See, I know.
This thing turned off. Touch those coils and see if it's.
Use your
Well, they're
tongue.
not red.
Huh?
Use your tongue.
This thing's not glowing anymore. See if that's still hot.
Yeah, all right. I was born at night, but not last night. Let's try Dan's. I don't know. Do you think? What do you think?
Well, where's the last one that we pulled? The very last one. This it?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
That still feels sort of thin, doesn't it?
Yeah. Let's do this. It won't hurt anything. I'll cut half of that off. We'll try Dan's setup.
Cut it all off.
Cut it all off. Yeah.
Okay.
Cut it clean because you might have to glue it back on.
Yeah.
Oh, you kill me.
Got another one of these.
there's a.
Yeah, you got a real one here. And we have didn't die once before.
You got a lot of neat little airplanes here, John. You know, like slow combat stuff and racers and.
Yeah, a little bit of all.
I like that big old Bearcat though. How's that fly? Pretty good?
Yeah,
Really?
Monica's starting to.
You know what? That's pretty dang light.
Yeah.
Feels good. I guess when you fly these things, you have to get into a different mindset. It's not the relaxing pattern like you used to do it.
You don't feel it.
No, that's it.
It's air.
Yeah.
Yeah, plane flies it's really good. Like this fly really good. Try it. I just wanted the full tilt. And stunner with flaps. And
Yeah.
049 power.
I don't need to sand that off, do I?
No.
We need to get something to pack the dust off with.
You'll be all right.
Because in there again.
Yeah.
You're all hooked up?
What are you gonna do? Leave that plastic on and then,
No.
huh?
No. Hook that big hose up.
Don't need it.
You don't
Yeah, we
think
got
so?
it. No.
Okay.
No, don't need it.
You already got
This'll pull more vacuum with this little hose than that big hose.
Okay. I didn't realize you had that adapter on there. Okay, this is the moment of truth.
Final try.
It's the final countdown. Could be Leonard when he.
And this is the side that you need to have super clean.
Yes, that's why.
When he told Picard to eat his heart out. Or what's his name? Captain Kirk.
Captain Kirk and Jeff Bezos went on a space trip. I'd love to see in the cockpit. Oh shit, this ain't a movie.
Picard can eat his heart out. He's not a real astronaut yet.
Oh, I put my clamps away. Yeah, I forgot.
There's a fingerprint right there. We gotta get off.
Rub it off there.
I would need that
Why?
because it'll
Evaporate.
take a while to
Dry.
dry.
Windex?
Where's the fingerprint, Spark?
Yeah.
Here.
The fingerprint will show up.
Rub it a little bit.
Maybe we need to wax this or something.
No,
No.
you'll get bubbles for big time.
Okay.
I think you guys were messing with that frame. We're getting too much dust on it. Stand by on the back.
Standing.
And what it does in my oven when I do it,
Drops
Up
down.
there, no, it tightens up first. It
Well,
shrinks.
yeah, it starts to sag and move, and then it tightens up right now.
And then it starts its real sag.
Now we're on the real sag right now.
And you got to be down like that to be able to see it.
Yeah, you can't. Yeah, you can't stand over it. Okay, hit the vacuum. Let it cool just a little bit there. I think. I just have a feeling, I could tell it wasn't a super quick draw, but it was enough. And I didn't let it sag excessively.
The biggest thing is to keep these out of it as you can. We were getting them in up here, and they were coming in high enough that it was interfering in the cut.
But see here, we're not getting any of that. And here it doesn't matter because
Right,
these
because
are,
this is your cut line.
yeah.
That should actually come out pretty easy because, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
How thick is it? And see, that's thick again.
Yeah.
Yay, we're in there. Okay, pull a couple more.
I was going to say, we got it zeroed in. Don't quit now.
You want to keep that?
Is that a good one? No. Just fills my trash can up. I'm not going to keep anything we can't use.
I bet them guys are waiting for you to pour the mold.
You
The
think,
prop.
Aaron?
Yeah. You know what? This is just as important. If not more so, because I need this now, not the prop.
We're going to pour the mold. But then again, you guys can always, if you gotta go, you just tune back in.
What happened to that pen? No, it's under here.
Rewatch it, you know. Like I said, just tune it back in when you can't sleep. Okay, I'm gonna need somebody on vacuum duty.
It's all there.
Okay. Not yet, but I need you over there.
Okay, I got you.
Yeah. Okay, we tightened up, and now we're starting to sag slowly. Okay, hit it.
I want minimum 2 that are good. So if we can get 6 out of this, it's 2 apiece.
You got, so you got the curvature in the back and a good canopy, so.
This is the junk one. So I'm cutting this one out.
I'm glad I'm not buying all that dang plastic. You guys are going through that stuff like it's nothing.
Yeah.
Pretty cheap stuff.
Yeah, but the canopy is a lot thicker.
Yeah.
A lot.
Well, there's 2 things that cause the canopy to get thin. One of them is the stretch. The other one is the heat.
Yeah. Too much throw too hot.
Look at that.
And no bubbles.
There's 1 imperfection out of it. Look at that.
Don't say that because top 20 day, I mean, you gotta sand that out if you wanna make the front row. Another thing you have to do to make that front row is get into that primer John you got on the shelf out there. Quit spraying that thinner.
Yeah.
Old Jimmy Lynch will be on there.
There's another thing that my buddy told me. He said it really helps to get a good canopy is preheat this mold or the plug.
Nah, I've never had any luck doing that.
Well, no, I don't mean preheat it, but I don't mean heat it. But the more canopies you pull and it really gets nice and warm, the better your canopies are. You want one more spark?
Yeah, we can just pull them all and you guys take a few or whatever if you're gonna build Thunderbolt.
No, I know where I can get another one. I ain't worried about it. Well, maybe take one. You want one, John? We'll pull them.
Well, I want one with the concave
Yeah.
to it, because otherwise that heavier plastic, you can't pull it down in there.
Yeah.
You have all that outward pressure all the time on the glue joint, which is sort of a iffy glue joint to begin with.
I'm gonna take this out there and set it on there and see how it fits.
That'd be a good idea.
If it doesn't fit, come back and tell us.
We'll have to start again.
Been known to happen. Now see, he made a frame with this real tight. That bolt that's hinged right here.
Yeah.
Fold that over, one clamp on the edge.
Yeah, I know, that's
About perfect. Let's see how it fits.
That would probably be more than enough.
you ready on my vacuum?
Yeah.
Okay, not yet, but this thing, that thing barely sits on it.
Mm-hmm.
Now see, this thing already being hot, I mean, I get an instant drop and then it sucks up tight,
Yeah.
like right
That's
now.
just what it does. I put it on broil
Yeah,
in my oven. And it's about, I don't know, 10 inches away. And dust is the big killer.
Oh, yeah.
Fingerprints
Yeah.
and dust.
now right now, I'm looking at a perfect dust-free. Okay, hit it.
Something's not right.
What do you mean it's not right?
Gotta be thinner there.
What do you mean thinner?
More concave.
Really?
Yeah.
It won't even pinch in?
Oh yeah, I can pinch it in, but I could pinch the other ones in too.
Yeah, but this is less pinch.
Yeah, go up and look at it.
Okay.
Okay, that's good.
Let's go look, John.
I'm gonna pull up, take some of this shit up here and figure it out.
What happened to my smoker? I know I had it down here.
I'll still take one of these because when I do my turtle deck, I won't have as much pinch in mine.
Yeah. Yep, it's over there. Sorry guys, but we're in a holding pattern. I'm gonna have to redo the plug. So I'll be right back. Take a break. Sorry guys. We're down to 13 watchers, but that's the way it goes. Okay, we're done. Are we done molding canopies?
We're good. This would be John's if you want. I'm good.
Okay, give that one to John. I got an extra. I need to put my frame back together because this matches my box. Where's my screws in there?
What do you think of my clamp system and my flange?
I think we ought to modify it.
Best one yet, right here. And what you can do, Spark, if you really want to, you could take a little heat gun, heat this up in the frame just like this, and pinch a little bit if you want to get a little bit sharper at the top. Here, John.
There's no metal down there that's banging around.
The George Foreman griddle
Oh.
lid.
Oh, George Fourth game.
I think what we ought to do, Dan, on this, on the frame for the plastic, I think we ought to do 2 layers like this and put little prickers on it. Hinge it really tight
Yeah.
and put the plastic in it, the little
Nail heads.
nail heads or whatever sticking out. Grab that plastic, clamp the one side, and go with it.
Yeah, but you're right. But the only thing is, I mean, this leaves you a lot of versatility.
Yeah, but you got them big clamps in the way. That's what I was trying to get rid of, was anything that's in the way.
Yeah, they weren't in the way. It was just like,
You
boom.
know, if you can simplify it.
Yeah. Like a frame on a hinge where you just,
Yeah,
Yeah.
this box has just got another frame on it that
Yeah.
hinges here and
Right.
clamps here and the little
grippers.
grippers, you know,
Yeah.
the end of a tech
Yeah.
screw or whatever, you know, sticking out there, and when you shut it,
Yeah.
it
Okay.
sticks in that plastic.
Yeah. But I made this on this frame for this purpose.
For that purpose,
Yes.
well,
Right,
modify.
right.
You need it bigger to fit on there anyway.
Yeah.
Here, where's this go, John?
So,
Didn't get that mold poured yet. This is what you guys all been waiting for all day long. Get a mold poured. And the little scissor didn't work bad.
thought they might be a little on the weak side, but
Yeah. You wanna save this piece of seat temp?
yeah. Never know when you need a little piece like today.
Boy, it's warm down here. That foreskin grill really gets hot.
It's like a portable heater, isn't it?
Yeah, go breathing.
You need that.
I gotta steal a soda, John.
See, really, the trailer and all that stuff I got.
Cookie cola.
It's
Gotta drink a little battery acid.
yeah. You got the saws up there. It's easy to make stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Almost 7 o'clock.
Man, time flies when you're having fun.
I want to know what's going to keep it from leaking out the bottom.
Nothing. It's just going to go all over.
I don't doubt it.
When the way I cut that with those edges, when I pour this, we're going to weight it down a little bit. John's got these weights. We're going to set that on the corner, right? And it's going to push down. And there might be 10 thousandths, 15 thousandths. And when you pour this, it might seep under a little bit and it'll quit.
Yeah, it's so thick.
Yes, at the very worst, you might see just a little bit on the outside, but it's not gonna. Yeah, don't worry, trust me.
All right, here we go. We're going to mold the propeller or make the mold.
Yeah. So the PVA, I don't know if you can see it or not. Came out really flat and nice and shiny. That's what you want. Once you get to this stage, you got to be careful because if you touch it or nick it, it'll peel it. So it's sort of at a critical state.
I'm going to put the short foreskin thing in the foreskin grill.
Yeah, this keeps clanking around, doesn't it? And
I think it's pretty warm still.
Yeah.
the other thing, one of these sides were slicker than the other. Now let's say you were worried about it leaking, right, Spark?
You could clay it.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Put some Gumby on it.
Tape. I've seen guys tape them together.
Tape them, run
Yeah.
a bead of tape, or you could get a hot melt glue and run a bead down there.
Yeah.
There's a lot of things you could do. And this stuff's thick enough where don't get too anal about it.
Put some Gumby on it.
There's a lot of things I've done over the years. I thought it had to be really, really super precise, and it turned out not so much so. You just get used to what you can get away with and what you can't. Okay. Let me put my specs on. This thing's not going to be centered over the plate because the prop's not centered with that
You
on there.
need to slide. Get your overhang on your side pieces even.
Yeah. Let me see which way I want to go. Okay. Just snug it, you know, not really torque it, but I'll let you here. Get this one. These things, they work, but they're not very precise. It's like you can actually, that's good. You pull on it and all of a sudden it goes all at once, you know what I mean?
Well, those are from the dollar store, about 19.
They're made in China, California.
1978 or so.
They say China right on them.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, they made stuff in China back then.
Okay, so I mean, as long as it's covering the prop, it didn't have to be perfect.
Now you want to put a little piece of tape on it outside or something just to keep it from moving?
Yeah, you can if you want. Just give me some of that painter's tape.
It just takes a little teeny
Yeah.
piece.
Here, just give me a. You're talking about down here?
Yeah, just to keep it from sliding either direction. If you put 4 little
Yeah.
pieces on it.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah. In each mold you make, I mean, it's just all ad lib.
This your T10 Sparky?
No.
All right.
China.
Chena, California.
Okay.
We've been on 3.5 hours on this stream.
Is that good?
It's a long
It's a long
time.
time.
That's a lot of screaming.
Considering we had about 5 hours this morning.
We did
No,
2
yeah.
hours.
Yeah, it was 10 o'clock or almost 11 before we started, wasn't it?
All right.
Cut these videos up, edit them up.
Yeah.
Part 1, part 2. $140 grams. Zero that out. Now.
I probably got a church key down here somewhere.
Oh, that's all right. This works fine. There's my calculator. So the way this works is by hundredweight. So what they're telling you is on this resin, HAC 560, which is casting, high temperature casting, 100 to 15 with 9234. If you use 8433 curing agent or 8401, it's still 100 to 15. So all 3 of these curing agents are 15 to 100. So the 9234 to 8433, 8401, it just depends on the thickness of the casting. So what we want to do is pour the HAC 560.
What's the dimensions of this box?
Yeah, let's see.
Tape measure behind a tight bond glue bottle underneath that by a cardboard box.
Okay, the ID 10 3/4
By 10 3/4.
by 10 3/16.
How could that be?
Well, the sides I spread out a little bit. You see what I mean? So I made it a little bit longer than I did, which, you know what? It's probably a good thing, because when you pour the top and the bottom mold, you want to mark the sides of these molds so they come together.
And 3/16.
Yep. That way you only got 2 ways it can go on there instead of 4.
3/16 plus. Wait a minute, is it times or plus? It's plus.
We're going to have about that much of it.
You're gonna know how thick you're gonna pour it. plus a little bit.
then it plus 10 and 3/4 equals
We'll just mix it all up.
times,
We'll cover it.
2 equals 41 7/8 times 2 equals 83 3/4 cubic inches. Now we gotta figure out how to,
For how thick?
2 inches.
Type in how many cubic inches are in a gallon or in a 3 quarts. Okay, here.
I bet it's gonna take, to make the mold, it's gonna take the whole gallon.
Oh, at least, maybe more than.
No,
Okay. You said how many? 87?
no, 83, well, 84 cubic inches.
Okay. Let's say 84 cubic inches. In 1 quart, it's 57.75 cubic inches.
Okay, so it takes a little over a quart, about a quart and a pint. So how much a quart? 16 ounces is a pint. 32. It's gonna take 40 ounces.
Got 4 quarts to a gallon. That's a
3
gallon can.
This is 3 quarts probably. Let's just say 3. I say we're going to pour this much in there.
40 ounces. 36, let's see. 16, 16, 32. A little over, just put a quart in it and see where it comes out.
We'll mix more up.
Yeah.
I'm saying, okay. I'm gonna go with what I think. Watch this. Get your wallet.
Yeah. That's about the truth.
And it's more than half.
You can always put it back if you don't put the hardener in it yet. Now you want a nice wood shim to stir that up with?
No, that's why I brought this thing.
You think there's gonna be enough for top and bottom mold out of that gallon?
No, you're gonna make you buy metal.
No thanks.
How much is this a gallon?
$100.
Is it really?
Yeah. You paid, what, about $130?
I spent $150
Or
on
$150 for that and that other stuff?
yeah.
It's $26 for shipping about, or something like that.
Yeah, well, that's not. I'm not including shipping.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, I know my 1 gallon of stuff and hardener cost me $150.
Here's what I'm thinking. I got some of this at home. If this here, that's about right. That's what I figured. I might just bring some. I would top this off a little bit. You see what I mean?
Well, you know, you were only about that full to begin with.
Yeah.
So you still got that much left in that can.
Oh yeah. So I'm not too worried about it.
And if that comes 2 inches thick,
Here's the way this works, guys. You want to swim across the lake, and you need to get to the other side. So you start swimming, and you get halfway across, and you decide, man, I don't think I can make it. I'm too tired. I'm not going to make it to the other side of the lake. Well, if you turn around and go back, you've just spent the same amount of energy as if you would have went to the other side,
and go on.
and then you get to the other where you started. When you start swimming across the lake with this, once you get $100 in it,
you gotta
better
go.
keep swimming, baby.
Yeah. There ain't no turning back.
You keep swimming. So at $200, you get a really good mold. You get nothing for $100. So But I think when I get home, I'll look, I've got quite a bit in a gallon of this.
I think you're gonna have plenty.
Yeah, I know he's got enough with I top with,
Cause
top
you gotta realize you're gonna put that much more
hardener in it.
hardener in
Yeah.
it, which is gonna fill it up that much more.
Yep. Okay. Let's see what we had here. They said 15 parts per 100. I'm gonna double check something. Because I've seen discrepancies between the can and the book. HAC 560. HAC 56, 9234, 15 parts per 100. So, we've already tiered this thing. I think. Let's see what is 0. That turned off on me. Zero it out. Okay, now we've got 2,320 grams. What did I do with my phone?
30,
2320
about 50 gram.
plus 15%. $2,668. I double check it so I don't have dumb things.
Avoid contact with skin and eyes. Yeah, make sure you drink it. That's some good stuff.
Well,
See, this thing just clicked
I
23.
don't know if you can remember back in the days when the stupid hippies were shooting up mayonnaise because they thought and smoking banana leaves and stuff like that, banana skins, because they thought something might go on. I wouldn't put it past any of them.
See, this thing just went out of 0 on me. For some reason,
No, you can't zero it.
yeah.
You got to take the weight of that other one. It's not torn, is it?
I just tear it. Yeah. This right here, give me that thing. Let me reset it. Let me 0 it.
Too much of a science project.
2320.
They probably got a chart that you can get.
It's real
That's a
simple.
quick chart,
320
you know,
times point.
for every ounce of that material you put in there. You put
34.8 grams. 35 grams.
Man, that's my mom. I have to call her back.
Right? Is that the answer you got?
Okay, 26. Where'd my pen go? I don't want to mess up the calculator. Wait till this thing goes to voicemail here. 26, 68. So I've got this thing. I might be going low on batteries.
What's the weight of that?
Okay, and now I'm going to give you the resin weight. 2320.
2320 times 0.015 equals 34.8 plus 2320 should weigh 2354 or 2355.
It's already at 2320 plus 15%. 2320. Okay, 2320
Plus 34 grams is 2354.
plus 15%.
15, that is 15%. 15% of, what's the weight of this?
2,320 grams.
2320, right?
Yeah.
Write that down.
Yeah.
15% of that is times 0.015 equals 34.8 or 35 grams. So you had 35 grams of 2320.
Right.
That's 2354 or 55.
Yep. And it gives you your.
Make sense?
2365,
55
55. I'm coming at 20.
plus 2320. 2354.8.
Where did you come up with 35 grams?
15%.
What's 15% of 1,000?
150.
150 grams.
No, wait a minute. No, that's not right.
Now see, that's why you're not mixing this resin. Okay, 1,000. It's 150 grams.
Okay.
2,000 right off the bat is 300 grams.
Okay, it's 340.
Okay, there's 300 grams. Now you got 600, and then you got 320 grams. So
Yeah, it was 340
15% of 320.
times 0.15 equals 353.22. I had a zero in there.
668 is the weight I need.
Plus 2320. 2673, but whatever.
Yeah. Here's the way I figure, Spark. It's a real simple way. You take the 2320, that's what I got in the bucket, right? 2320.
Times 0.15.
No, plus 15% equals 2668. So
2320 plus 15%.
equals.
Yeah, 2668.
Okay, now take 2320 times 0.15.
2320 times
Clear.
0.15. 400.
No, clear. I mean, okay, 2320 times 0.15.
320 times 0.15. 348.
348, 2320. There's 8, there's 6, 6, 2. 2668. You put another zero in that 15%.
Yeah, that's where I screwed up.
Not 0.015, it's 0.15.
Yeah, I screwed up.
It'd have been $300 of resin, and then you had to scrape all that out of there.
Yeah. Started from scratch.
Okay. So,
I'd like to
Gotta
know
zero
how
it
much-
again.
Like to know how much leeway they actually put in this mixture these days.
well, here's the thing.
Gotta tear it.
Yeah, here's the thing. I think there's a little bit you can go one way or the other.
I mean, if you're doing it for aerospace and stuff like that, I can
Yeah.
see the accuracy that's needed, but when it's not going 300,000 miles away from the United
Yeah.
States or the Earth,
Okay. So we're going for 2668 on this scale. That's what we figured twice.
it comes out to half a can.
Well, yeah, it's 26. Six, 5, gee, 6, 70. That's close enough.
It's less than what you need. That means it'll be soft.
No, 2668. We got 267. Oh, we got 4 extra grams. Now, if you wanted to, you could. Now, if you wanted to get 4 extra grams, you take a little thing and you suck it right off the top of that.
Yeah, right.
but we're not worried about 4 grams. Okay,
Now the hard part.
mixing.
I had a piece of that stuff that was bent in the Z, man. I wish I knew where it was at. You put it in a drill and whir away.
Tom Morris, if you're watching, pay attention.
There was an old saying about 3 monkeys in that.
Because my molding skills when I started this business is nothing like Dan's. This ain't easy, lamb.
This is a whole nother level.
Well, the other thing here is we're the proof's in the pudding. So once we get all this mixed and we get a mold, and that's the proof in the pudding, how it all comes out.
The working time on this is an hour.
Yeah, I mean, you got a lot of time with this stuff. With you, when you start messing with at least the laminating resin, you know, it goes pretty quick. This stuff, you know, it takes a while. You got a little bit more time. The reason why they have 3 different curing agents is because if you have a mold 1 inch thick versus 5 inches thick, you use a different curing agent.
Yeah.
So this is this, I think the 9234 will go up to 2.5 inches. So if you have a mold and you're starting to do 5 or 6 inches, then you jump to a 8433 or one
Yeah,
of
it
the other.
starts getting hot if you try
Yeah.
to make it thicker.
Probably cracked.
It's the exotherm.
Yeah. Exothermic reaction.
This one smells like cherries.
It does have a distinct smell to it, doesn't it?
The thing is, you want to try not to whip too many bubbles into it.
Yeah.
Do they call forever vacuuming that?
Yeah, you can. This stuff, it'll stay liquid enough. If there are bubbles in it, it'll come to the top. Once you pour this and you just sit there and look at it, you'll see it gets bubbly.
Yeah. You don't have hardly enough relief along the edges of it for it to flow around the end of the thing, so you're gonna have to almost drizzle it in 4 different areas, right?
Yeah, basically,
Over
yeah.
the top of it.
Yeah.
I guess you probably really don't need that. You can let it just build up on its own and pour in one spot, but.
See, when you first start mixing this stuff,
Looks pretty thin now.
yeah, when you first start mixing, you think, man, the curing agent just isn't going into it. It takes it a while because of all the aluminum filler.
Liquid aluminium. Looks like primer.
Yeah, it does. Hey, bring your plane down here. We'll get rid of all those little sanding spots.
Won't have to worry about puncturing.
I bet that's the same thickness as the gallon of primer I got down there.
Probably is.
Should have weighed that gallon.
No, the easiest way, Spark, on that calculator, that just plus 15%, 18, 24, and then equals. That's the best way to do it. When I have little cups, first thing I do is I write on the cup, okay, this is 3.3 grams. So I weigh it and I get the full weight of the cup and the resin. Let's say it's 13.3. I always subtract it That gets you back down to 10 plus 24%, which is 2.4 grams. And then you add the cut back into it to get the final. So if you don't have a tare weight, you subtract the cup, figure out your percentage, add that to the resin, and add your tare weight back into it that you subtract it to get the total. But it's best.
Or you can go.
Half a can, half a gallon. It's a 2-to-1 mix.
I bet it's not that critical.
I don't know. I'd like to do up some test samples, but I'll tell you what, that mistake you made, I've made those mistakes before, more than once, a couple times. I got in a hurry and did something. I don't know what I did wrong, but I did something wrong. I come out the next morning and I never done it on a mold because I like triple or quadruple check it, but I've made props before. I come out and it's like I'm pulling rubber out of there. I'm thinking something's wrong.
Well, I put a 0 in there on accident.
Yeah, so you got to really think about it. Does it look right? So I remember Gary Hayjet came over. I said, come here, let me show you how to make a prop. So he stands there and watches. And he said, man, that takes a long time, and we were doing it. So he leaves the next day, and I never did open the mold, but I went out after he left. I opened the mold. I thought, man, this ain't right. It was obvious. So if you make a big mistake, it'll show up. But if you make a small mistake, like John said, if you're off 4 grams on a couple thousand, you know, for what we're doing, you never notice it. So there's probably all kinds of tolerances.
Yeah, you know, they say right on there, we work for Boeing or whatever, you know, or NASA or.
I'm going to ask you, do you have a metal ruler or something metal that's flat and wide? Something that I could scrape the bottom. In other words, something that I could wipe off metal.
Or something like a putty knife or something like that.
Like a long, narrow putty knife. I've got this ruler. It's a real thin, wide ruler, like a printer's layout ruler. I've been using that to mix Bondo in like my super fill. I take that ruler and I just mix it on the glass like that. And then I take that ruler and I just swipe it on the.
That's what they make those plastic plates for.
Yes, but the metal, I was thinking. that
Hey,
metal-
just grab one of John's rulers there.
Hey, John, which one of these can I use? There we go. This is gonna do it right here. Yeah, and then use his ruler and then set aside, and then he'll come out the next day and it'll be a
You got
bottle.
hard dirt at the end.
Oh man. I hope these guys are getting something out of all this craziness.
You know, this 64th graduations that got all filled in.
Yeah. There's no. Now,
Yeah, it was a hell of a mistake. That 0 is. Wow.
Now, technically, if you mix up this resin, what they're saying is you'll never be able to scrape it perfectly. And if you need all this resin, what they're saying is you mix up this resin, you scrape the sides, then you pour it in a clean bucket and you mix it again because you have nothing sticking to the sides there.
Yeah.
I can, with this thing here, when I'm scraping, if I scrape, I can see the plastic when I get done scraping. So I know I'm getting all the.
You're gonna have enough to stick to the side of that you're not gonna pour in there. Anyway.
Right, it's not gonna actually come out. But I like to make sure I get as much as I can.
So we got about another 40 hours to go just on this prop before we get a prop.
Well, yeah, basically, now when you pour this casting, what you're going to do when you pull these sides off of it, you're going to flip this over, clean the clay out of it. You're going to wax it back up. You're going to spray more PVA, and you're going to take these sides and clamp them to the side of the casting you just made and raise it up.
Yeah.
So you're going to use the same.
Except now you won't have.
So do I pull a drill rod out to get this out of there?
Well, what you're going to do, yeah, I mean,
I'll call you when we're getting
Yeah.
ready to do it.
so once this hardens, then you're going to pull the drill rod out. That's the first thing you do, or you can take the sides off, pull the drill rod out,
Then knock off the bottom,
knock off the bottom,
turn it upside down
clean it out, and then you're going to stick this drill rod,
from the other side.
yes,
Yeah.
back in it. And
You
you're going to,
don't never use the bottom again after that. You're only using
correct,
the sides.
right,
after that.
because this surface here
Is the
becomes
bottom.
your bottom for your second pour.
And it will key itself.
Yeah. The other thing, like I told John, when you pour that second mold, and you've got it into one block, the top and bottom, you take something and you scribe up and down the side of that mold and you make lines.
So that you don't get it
Yes.
key.
Because if you take the top and you have it spun 180 degrees and you clamp it down, it's not going to keep perfectly because the clay's not the same.
All right.
So you've got to make sure that that thing comes down at the same place. I haven't made that mistake yet, but I've always marked my molds with a line. Now see, we're probably getting a little, this is starting to feel really good. It's getting less thick. It's getting like a little heat buildup in there. It's getting to be thinner.
So once you mix that, you're committed. You gotta
Yeah.
stand there
You're
and
committed.
Yeah, that's like my mom called. I wanted to talk, but I mean, man, I'll call her back.
we'll be heading home here in an hour. Anyway,
Yeah,
eating into John's dinner time. You eat? Are you gonna? I mean, do you eat?
I'm probably not going to eat. I ate at lunch.
I'm not hungry
Probably
now.
not. I'll have some popcorn or something like that. You know.
Okay, so at this point, I'm looking at it. I'm pretty sure I've got it all scraped 100 times. Gotten down in the corners. The other thing, when you mix it and you swirl it, sometimes you can tell by the swirls.
Make sure to take that scraper and stick it back in the toolbox.
Okay, I'm done.
Just remember, boys, paybacks and love.
We wouldn't do that to you, John. See, a beautiful thing about this is
Does alcohol or anything like that cut that
acetone.
acetone?
If you really want to clean this up super
Well,
slick.
it was a brand new pry bar before you start.
Okay. Well, I don't see any nicks or gouges in it. It looked like it was everything but the plastic packaging. But you know what? That's clean enough for a pry bar.
Pretty much.
Okay. Here's the part we've been waiting for.
Hey, we got 22 watching again.
Just take your time and pour it slow.
Yeah, I'm going to start away from the prop. I'm going to work my way to the corners.
Same way you got to do mold max and that kind of stuff. It's all the same basic thing, you know.
Oh,
You got
yeah.
100-to-1 mixture, whatever it is, and you want to pour it away from it and let it sort of build up
Yeah.
and roll into it, and it chases
Yeah.
out all the bubbles and the air pockets and all that stuff. And
Yeah. Yeah, you just get over to the area you want to work and you sneak up on it.
Now, what was those lumps I saw run pop down?
Plunk, plunk,
Looked
plunk.
like little chunks of
What is it?
flour or something.
Those were the egg yolks. The egg yolks didn't quite make it.
You're getting up there pushing about an inch now. Oh my God, it's pouring out of the side.
It's running down the back. No, it's not.
Is that gonna be thick enough?
I don't know. I think so. I've always made mine over thick. I mean, you've seen that 2-blade mold I had. See how thick? That was just way overkill. So,
Getting on that rod.
yeah. Even if I did, you know what though? It'll flake off. If I did get some on it, it'll flake off with all the wax.
And you know, if you get them little wet spots on the top of it, you just throw a little bit of flour on there and it starts.
Hey, just take a little bit of curing agent and dribble it over the top. If you see something that's not curing. Now see, let's just say you poured this, right? And I'll take a look at it. What are we? An inch?
Inch and a half.
Inch and a half. We can make up more. We can just take that bucket there. I got 3 buckets. We could tear another one. And we could
Just how break resistant is that stuff?
It's pretty tough. I mean, you'd have to really smack it hard with a hammer. I mean,
It'll be fine.
I mean, you got to realize that even at an inch and a half,
I
or
could
an
glue
inch
that
and
to
a
a piece of
quarter,
wood.
you're probably 5/8 of an inch thick or better. 3/4 of an inch thick on there.
yeah. Now, these air bubbles, if they start to bother, here's what I like to do. If you take this thing and you just skim the top of it, that breaks the tension.
Mm-hmm.
You sort of, what you're doing is lightly stirring the surface, getting the air bubbles out. So it's up to you. Do you want to pour more in here and top it off with another 1/2 inch, or you want to go with this?
What do you think? I think that'll be fine, don't you?
Yeah, I think the thing is when you
Glue that to a piece of 3/4 plywood.
well, you can't. Yeah. What are we at?
About 1 3/8.
Okay. The other thing, Spark, is when you actually clamp these 2 halves together, top and bottom, when you're making a prop, just like tightening lug nuts, you don't tighten one all the way. So you take the clamps and you just gradually work them down. And you'll feel the mold compressing when you're clamping, because it'll be sort of tight, and you wait a minute, and you go back, and they're sort of loose, and you just keep tightening them. So you're not clamping. So if you spread your clamps out with, you could even go 8. 1 on each corner and 1 on each side, and you clamp evenly, you'll be fine. The other thing you can do,
I'm gonna glue that to a 3/4 inch piece of plywood,
yeah, you can do that.
top and bottom.
That will act like a cold plate when you actually clamp it, you know. Now, if you put this thing in the oven at 200, and then you got to worry about, well, the plywood take 200 degrees.
We can cure it, after the prop's on.
I wouldn't worry about it. I think you're going to be fine just like this. Like I said, the molds I make were overkill. You're going to be just fine. So with the resin you have, plus I'll top it out with maybe a pint, quart or whatever, and we'll be fine. And you'll have a mold.
Need a vibrator to vibrate the tape.
Yeah, and then you vibrate the clay and the prop pops off, and all of a sudden
Yeah,
you're
it
looking,
floats up to the surface.
you're looking in there. Well, the vibration should stop because the prop's floating. You know,
Yeah, I thought about that one.
there's when you do something, it always causes something else to go wrong.
It'll be
Yes.
releasing gas till it hardens.
Yeah. The other thing, right, wiggling the resin like this, breaking the bubbles, if there, let's just say there was a bubble against that prop, it's gonna come up.
Yeah. At least you could, you could vacuum bag it if you wanted to, or put it in a vacuum chamber, but
Yeah,
you would have done that before you poured it.
yeah. Normally you'd put it in a degassing chamber, so it's like a 5-gallon bucket, and you'd fill this thing up no more than halfway because it's gonna start boiling when you
Yep.
suck the air out of it.
Yeah.
And then it goes boom, like a souffle.
Sinks back down. I could have always gotten better molds by degassing, but I've never done it, and I've never had any problems with the molds. Like you said, this ain't NASA.
Me neither. I even rushed some of them sometimes, just to see how fast I could go with it.
Yeah,
And I still didn't end up with any pockets or anything in it.
yeah,
All I ended up with was air bubbles on the surface, like
Yeah.
you're popping right there, and that was it.
now,
And even, 75% of them sort of popped themselves and went away anyway.
now if you look around the edge, how much of this do you see seeping out? 0. Yeah, that's gonna be a nice mold. You notice anything leaking out?
No. Too thick. I didn't know.
Yeah.
Because I'll guarantee you that other stuff from Smooth On would be coming out.
Yeah.
Silicone.
Yeah, but this, when I cut that on that saw, it's pretty tight,
Yeah. Should
Now,
be good.
on this curing agent, that when I popped that cap, it went down in there, which isn't gonna hurt anything. That metal cap. So if you pour this, and then just be watching, because that might be.
Looks like I'm gonna need to order some more of this shit, right?
Yeah, if you want.
Not really, but
You already swam halfway across the lake.
yeah.
Here's the thing, though. I've had this stuff for 15 years, and I just made something. I forget what, a belt crank mold, the one I gave you out of this. It's still good. I mean, you're not going to waste your money because it won't go bad. And the other thing is, John might need some molds for end caps, or you never know what he's going to need over here.
Yeah.
So it's
That's right. Thanks, Dan.
Hey, it's money well spent. I mean, once you figure out what this stuff will do, I mean, you could be making wheel molds and
Yeah, I thought about getting some of that stuff, and then when I got price and everything, I'm going, I already made aluminum molds, so I'm going.
yeah.
Here.
I think you want me to leave that scale, so if you do more of it, or you want me to come back another weekend and
I think come back. You're the guy with the expertise.
And the only thing I was gonna say, if you take this end cap off of that scale, there's 6 C batteries in there. And that thing kept turning off, and I was wondering,
Battery going dead.
yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I reweighed it 3
Wipe
times,
your drill rod off.
and I still came up 2668. And we're good there, but
I mean, we got a scale. It doesn't have to be that precise, does it?
well, let's just say, well, it's not only that precise, but a lot of the molds I'd make were twice as thick as this, so I needed something that would weigh like 4
Poundage.
4 or 5
Yeah.
pounds of this stuff. So that's why I got that. It just goes to 30 pounds in half-gram increments. But
Our scale will work.
what you could do if you didn't have a scale, let's say you needed 5 pounds of resin, you had a scale that went to 1 pound.
Just do it 5 times.
Yeah.
This whole gallon right here probably doesn't weigh any more than that gallon. The
No.
primer up there, which was what, 12 pounds or something
Yeah.
like that, or
Well, that primer, that was some heavy stuff. Well, basically, it's
I
probably
just made it look like.
yeah. It's like, well,
Here you go, Dan. Boom.
you're lucky I didn't drop that on the floor.
Wouldn't matter. They footballed it off the end of the UPS truck.
yeah, sure did.
But yeah, it's has gypsum in it or something, some kind of
Oh, it's got rocks in it. You can bet on that. Lead.
yeah.
What do you do with the buckets? Throw them out?
Yeah, I don't even mess with that. These buckets are like $2.50 or something, $1.87. I don't know what they were.
Yeah, you got to be ready to pitch stuff.
Yeah.
All them guys doing them big resin projects and tables and stuff like that, they use 5-gallon buckets.
Yeah,
And that's just part of the cost of doing the job. It costs too much to clean one out, and
yeah. Basically,
then you got all that hazardous waste that you have to get rid of and stuff. And
oh yeah. I got one of these too, so we're gonna leave those there. We don't need these handles. All the handle does is get in the way. You want this wire for anything? And then, yeah,
Okay, we ended up with a half a prop mold in 4 hours and 25 minutes.
yeah. Any comments, questions, comments, or concerns?
Nope, they're still working on molding balsa.
okay, if it ain't molding for you, your water's probably not hot enough, and you didn't let it soak long enough. And sometimes just tap water don't get hot enough. You might have to boil some water on the stove.
Yeah.
I got a Rockler steam generator, but I don't have a steam box.
Those things are messy, messy, messy.
Yes, cool.
All right, guys, that's going to do it for today. Appreciate you watching. We'll see you next week. Fair winds, tight lines. See ya.
Next week, you'll be on in a couple hours.
Yeah.